I call the August 22nd meeting of the Los Gatos Planning Commission to order. I'm Joanne Talasford, Chair of the Los Gatos Planning Commission. I and my fellow commissioners welcome you. The Planning Commission is composed of citizens who are appointed by the Town Council to review planning and development issues and to make decisions and recommendations to the Town Council regarding land use matters for both commercial and residential uses. As we hear, it's not on?
It's on. It's just
Oh, sorry. As we hear discussion tonight, we will consider each of the proposals and evaluate how they support and enhance the high quality of life that we do enjoy here in Los Gatos. And our actions are guided by the town's general plan policy, zoning codes, and other standards and guidelines that have been adopted by the Town Council. A reminder before we go any further that we request that you silence any cell phones that you might have. And with that, Mr. Suda, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Machichi, Commissioner Bourgeois,
Here.
Commissioner Rice,
Here.
Commissioner Sayoc,
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
Here.
Vice Chair Kane,
Here.
and Chair Talasford.
Here. Commissioner Machichi, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Commissioners, review of minutes, and I'll need a motion. Commissioner Kane?
Madam Chair, I reviewed the minutes. I make a motion they be accepted as written.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bourgeois. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
I'm abstaining. I was not present.
Okay. Was anyone else?
I read them, though. And
You did read them?
I believe
Okay.
if you read them, you can accept them.
Is that true? We don't have to watch the tapes, do we? Okay. Thank you. All right. Written communications. I don't think we have any, except that I did receive something from the Bay Area Monitor.
You have,
I'll get there in a minute. Okay, but I also received a Bay Area Monitor bi-monthly review of regional issues, and I'll pass that along to you tonight. I don't know if anybody else received it, but make that. And then we have 3 desk items. One is for 722 Bicknell Road. One is for 275 Los Gatos Saratoga Road. One is for 15881 Linda Avenue and 15950 Stephanie Lane. And one is a council agenda report from June 14th, 2007. Okay. And Commissioners, I would hope that you would take some time to read that when the hearings are before us. We have no requested continuances. I'm sorry. But we have some subcommittee reports tonight, I believe. And Commissioner Bourgeois, would you like to report, or Commissioner O'Donnell, who would like to do the reporting on the General Plan Committee?
The General Plan Committee met this evening to discuss the review of the new housing element of the General Plan. ABAG gives an allocation for low-income housing to each of the towns, and we looked at the allocation that was given to Los Gatos and its appropriateness for our town and the distribution of income levels. And it was a lengthy discussion, and I think, well, Tom, maybe chime in here, one of the other committee members, but I think the consensus was that perhaps the allocation was unrealistic for the amount of available space that we have for new housing, at that level of density, and so we're going to get further information. We've requested some clarification from staff, and that'll be coming back to us.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I guess what I would add is that the matter is a very serious matter, and we're going to be considering it for over a year, and it won't end there. And it impacts not only Los Gatos, but really every city. And the problems are real, and the solutions are multiple types of solutions. But it could have a very serious impact on the town. So the only reason I'm saying that is some people might not be aware of what's happening, and we certainly would like to have input from all members of the community on this. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. I will just add that commissioners, not only do we serve on the Planning Commission, but we also serve on additional committees, and some of them are reporting back tonight, and that's what that's about. We had Historic Preservation Committee meeting as well, I believe. Commissioner Sayoc.
The Historic Preservation Committee met last week on the 15th, and there were 4 parcels that we reviewed. The first is 308 Bean Avenue, which was requesting approval of exterior modifications, which we have approved. The second is 102 Massall, who is requesting work on classification of the work that they'd like to demolish, whether or not it was historic, and we have also approved that. There were 2 other projects that we reviewed that the final action will be coming to the Planning Commission. The first is 57 Fairview Plaza, which is requesting approval of an addition that will exceed the allowable FAR on the property. And the second is 506 University Avenue, which is modifying an existing pre-1941 home and reorienting the home to face Town Terrace. The Historic Preservation Committee approved those portions that were specific to us, specifically the architecture and its finding of historic, and the other issues that will be addressed will be coming to us in the next couple of months. So.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? No. Thank you, Commissioner Sayoc. All right. You will have we have verbal communication, and that's when the audience members are invited up to speak. And actually, you'll have 2 opportunities to speak, and that is before our public hearing and during it if you choose to speak on an agenda item. If you don't choose to speak on an agenda item, you can speak before I open that part of the meeting. But please fill out a gray card that you'll find on the seat back in front of you and hand it over, please, to Mr. Parsons, who's sitting to my extreme left. When you get to the podium, please state your name and address and adjust the mic so that people can hear you and that we can create a record of your speaking. If you choose to speak before the public hearing, you can speak on anything that's not on the agenda, but state law does prohibit the Planning Commission from commenting back to you about anything you should be discussing. Anyway, you will have 3 minutes, and we have a timer over to the left that will let you know when your time is up, if you do speak. So with that, have a verbal communication from a public in the interest of the public forum from Citizen Ray.
Number 1, you know, the Planning Commission is, in my opinion, has been having a terrible time with the basement policy on new homes. For example, there was a 5,000 square foot basement on South Kennedy recently, and there is no policy. There's no town policy dealing with these oversized basements or cellars. And I cannot believe why not, because the town has the hillside architectural committee that is all set up to deal with questions of that type, hillside design guideline questions. And I can only conclude that it is the pure negligence of Bud Lortz, the planning director, that the issue has not been put before this committee for discussion and determination and recommendation to the town council, so we can have, well, you can have something to rely on, and the public can have something to rely on. Bad news. Bad news, Bud Lortz. Why doesn't he come in here and face the music himself? Okay? Number two, mill rise last time. There was a comment by a planning commissioner that it should have, the new home should have stepping in its architecture. And here's the home that's on a flat lot. How can you possibly require stepping of a house on a flat lot? So I would urge that commissioner to give it some second thought. Also, that same commissioner said, gee whiz, this new house looks like it's 3 stories. Well, it wasn't 3 stories, okay? And what you have to do, you have to superimpose the main floor over the basement that's that may be FAR type, and then you put if there's another floor above that, you superimpose that floor plan over the one underneath to see if there's actually, in fact, 3 stories. That's the way you tell whether or not you have a 3-story home, not by the way it looks, because a 2-story home that's perfectly legitimate and appropriate can look like it has 3 stories and not be. So that's a message to that commissioner. On the matter of the city manager, the deadline for applications for the new city manager of Los Gatos is just 2 days away. And what a time for you folks on the planning commission to communicate with the town council to tell them, hey, we need somebody that's a real human being this time. Not just somebody who can run a city, but somebody who can run a city with some heart and a social conscience. And that's what we
Thank you,
need
Mr. Davis.
in the new man or woman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
May I finish?
I think you did. Thank you. We're going to move along. We have
Oh,
a
my
long,
goodness. Oh, my
we have a
goodness.
long packed calendar.
What's happening to our democracy?
The consent, we have nothing on consent calendar, Commissioners. We're going to move to continued public hearings. And if you are a speaker at the podium, or the applicant at the podium, and I'll call you up in just a minute, you'll have 5 minutes to present. Would that include? Yes, that's right. This is a new hearing. Okay, fine. So with that, did you make sure you fill out a speaker card as well? Okay. And then hand it over to Mr. Parsons. I appreciate that. You can do it after if it's, we don't have to waste time right now. Just remember to state your name and address for the record and adjust the mic. So let's begin with a continued hearing, and this would be at 722 Bicknell Road. It's continued from July 11th. Architecture and Site Application S-07-33. And I believe that Ms. Davis is going to give an intro to this.
The applicant just handed me a plan showing the area that's going to be landscaped on the site, so we'll pass it out to the Planning Commission now.
Okay, thank you.
The desk item for this application is a letter from an adjacent neighbor that's just stating support of the project and a clarification on the floor area that's proposed for the cellar. The number that's on the site plan is correct, or on the floor plan. The Commission has considered this project twice previously, first on May 9th and then on July 11th. The application is for demolition of the existing residence and construction of a new residence. And the existing pool house or guest house and garage would remain on the site. At the last meeting, the commission requested the applicant reduce the height of the house further, that the hardscape be eliminated from the front setback, and that the above-ground square footage be reduced. The height has been lowered 8 feet from the original submittals, now at 22.5 feet. The above-ground floor area is now just above 5,000 square feet, which is a reduction of about 740 square feet from the previous plans. And the hardscape has been modified and no longer encroaches into the setback. The story poles out on the site have been modified to reflect this current design. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any questions? I mean, commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, would you like to come up now? Thank you. For 722, you're the applicant, and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Commissioner, planners, staff members, and public. My name is Homayun Kianersi. I'm the owner of 722 Bignell Road, and I would like to present the revised design for our house. On August 8th, Planning Commission recommended to reduce the height and the size, and also eliminate the hardscape from the front setback. The height of the house has been reduced from 30 feet 6 inches to 22.5 inches at the highest reach. This was achieved by changing the roof pitch, lowering the plate height, and lowering the pad another foot below the grades. The story poles also modified to replace the design changes. The current plans reflect the 8 feet height reduction from the original plan. If you look at this shows the original plan and
Excuse me, would you please take the microphone with you
oh, okay.
so we can hear you? Thank you.
All right, so this shows the changes on the plan. That was the lower is the previous plan, which was 2-story, now it's 1-story, and the height is 22.5. Before it was 30.6. And also, the floor area also reduced by 740 feet by resulting from lowering the house. And if you look at the square footage, combine the existing guest house, which is 815, and the new house size, which is 5,000, is going to be 5,841 square foot. Previously it was 7,468 square foot. So that's resulted in reducing the square footage by 1,627 feet. And also the yard has been redesigned, and the patio is no longer encroached into the setback. If we actually look at the overall changes on the property, let me do it this. If you look at the overall changes on the property, from the, let me do it this way. So the color, the yellow color, represents the existing property, which is T-shape. On the left, it's a garage and the guest house, and the black perimeters of that property is the new one. If you look at that, the overall changes that is done is, you cannot see it very clearly, but is 5,026 square foot, the size of the new house. The existing house is 3,686. So the difference is about 1,376 foot. So basically, we are adding 1,376 square foot of living area to the existing structures in the property in a one-acre lot. And I think the staff and the town council architect correctly noticed that the reduction in height actually compromises the architectural style. And the lowering of the plate height caused the arches window to have inadequate wall space above them. If you look at this, the one on the top is the one that we are is redesigned. And also, if we change the type of the window, it's really going to change the style of the house. And the use of the stones, it requires to have a little bit more space on the top of the window. So to achieve this, we redesigned, we recalculated that to achieve this, we need another 1.5 feet to make the windows and the pitch of the house correctly, so we can put the windows and put the stones on the top of that. So,
Okay, would you please wrap up?
yes. So we are really willing to work with the staff and the town architects to achieve this.
Thank you. And Commissioners, do you have questions of the applicant at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. I do have a speaker card on that. Citizen Ray.
Yes, I want to speak in the public interest, as I always do. I'm impressed by the approach by the applicant in reducing very significantly the height of the home in response to the Planning Commission. Now, they didn't go down the 9 feet, they went down 8 feet. And, you know, looking at the house as a whole, the organic viewpoint, it appears to be very elegant, okay? 22 feet height is almost 25 foot, 2-story, almost. But this is an elegant, single-story home that appears, in my opinion, to fit into the neighborhood, okay? The neighbors haven't showed up to complain. I guess others agree. So the only other comment I have is that I am sorely disappointed at the employees trying to usurp the power of the commission by recommending a staff upgrade of the height to 2 more feet. Who, pray tell, are the employees in this situation? My God! I thought California land use law dictated that the Planning Commission and the Town Council has a discretionary prerogative to make these decisions solely, okay? And their decision, your decision must be based on your public documentation, the general plan, the zoning, etc. So, shame on these employees. You know, in Orinda, we had an employee situation exactly like this, and before we got through, we had to arrest people, arrest the chief of police, get rid of the planning director, fire the city attorney. They were all on the take, on the take. And when you have abuses like we're saying tonight, you wonder if they're not on the take. That's my personal experience. I've lived it. And I don't want to go through it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mina Shams. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a question?
Staff, not him.
You want to
Question of staff. Did I read this incorrectly? I don't see it as being directed to raise it. I see it being recommended. Is that correct?
Same thing.
Excuse me. I didn't hear it with him interrupting.
Okay. That's
there's discussion in the report, and it's something the commission can discuss and either take or not.
Thank you very much.
And Citizen Ray, that, I'm warning you, I don't want to hear you from the audience again. That's the only warning you're getting tonight. The next time, I'll ask you to leave. Thank you. Okay, I was interrupted, but Mina Shamsai, thank you.
I am Mina Shamsai, resident of 722 Bicknell, co-applicant of this project. Okay. And I am here. First, I'm so excited that Citizen Ray approved our revised plan. Thank you, Citizen. And we have hired best architecture team, actually. We went through a couple of different architecture teams, and we have the best designer. He is Eugene Anthony's top 50 in the world. And we have tried our best to keep the environment intact. We are not cutting any trees, and we are only planning to demolish a 7-bedroom, 5-bath house, which is 3680, with a 5-bedroom, 4-bath house, which is 5,000. We are building a house in 2007, which is only around 1,400 square foot bigger than the existing house, which was built in 1950s. If you look at the world at this point, everything, all the personal spaces, everything has increased since 1950. 50% of the cars these days is SUVs. And our daughter purchased a 2-bedroom condo which has 2,000 square foot and already has a bigger walk-in closet and master bedroom than our new designed house. Bicknell Road is a dead-end street, and we consider the entire Bicknell to be our neighborhood. And in our neighborhood, 5 or 6 houses down, in the similar size lots, they are way bigger houses, 2-story with 7,000 to 8,000 square foot. And if we want to build the city guideline for FAR, which is 45%, we should have been able to build 19,500 square foot house. But we are not planning to do that, and 5,000 square feet main house, which the guest house and garage stay as is only 11.5% FAR. And if we add the guest house and garage and loggia and balconies and everything, we are still at 16% FAR. And in our immediate neighborhood, there are houses with 50% FAR. So we think the size of this house is very reasonable. Our design is very ergonomic.
Would you please wrap up right now?
And we have considered for light, environment, and energy, and we are planning to use solar energy, and we are good citizens,
Thank you very much.
We want to get on with our life.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I could call the applicant back up. If you'd like to, you could not come back up, choose not to come back up. Do you have anything else to rebut? Oh, you may have questions? Okay, would you please come back up? Thank you. There I was, just trying to get this meeting moving along. Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yes, I just wanted clarification that what you're requesting of us, what your preference would be, is approval with the additional 2 feet and not the plans as submitted.
Yes, yes. 1.5
1.5 feet.
Yes.
So that's your preference over the plans that were submitted to
Yes.
us? Okay. All right, and can I have an additional question?
You can.
Looking at the landscaping plan that we just received, so I haven't had too much of a chance to look at it, there's some white area under the 24-inch oak and the 36-inch oak. one by the driveway and one by the loggia. What does that indicate? What's going to happen underneath those oak trees?
Oh, nothing. This oak tree, we are not going to build anything under oak.
Okay, so the white means nothing's happening there.
White means nothing happens.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Did you have any other thing to add? I didn't mean to cut you off from your rebut time, which is 3 minutes.
No, so I just wanted to make it clear that you would like to raise the height by 1.5 feet to accommodate for the architectural flaws.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, turn this over to us now for discussion. Questions of staff? Oh, and I'm closing the public hearing. Thank you. Questions of staff? A motion? I have a question of staff, I guess. We're so close. They work so hard. We've all worked together and so hard on this, and we're so close. I'm looking at 2 feet, or at this point, 1.5 feet. And I'm just curious. I know we've done this before, and with this house. Can this house be sunk any further into the grade that would not alter too much cut and all of that? Suzanne?
It could be lowered further. It is about 3 feet above the grade right now for the cellar element. So if it was pushed down further...
Like 6 inches?
Yes, it could go down 6 inches.
Without harming architecture? I mean, I don't want to...
6 inches is the difference in the plate height reduction, so that would balance that out.
Okay. So maybe we could move toward that direction. I don't know. What do the other commissioners think? I know we're almost there, and...
Excuse me.
I'm just offering that as an option.
I
Okay?
believe the applicant
Excuse me.
already has reduced it 6 inches from the recommendation.
He did, but the staff said we could probably, just for you to know, it could go an additional, so it would be about 1 foot. So that's just an option that we have. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'd like to make a motion. First I'd like to say that the way these applicants have worked with us is very impressive, and I appreciate it. I also think the final product, also as suggested by the town architect, that is to say, allow that space that they're asking for, 1.5 feet, is what I'm considering now, when I'm going to make a motion to approve the project. And so I would move that we approve the demolition of the single-family residence and the construction of the new residence as shown and as modified and discussed this evening. As far as the findings are concerned, the project is categorically exempt, as cited in our report under Section 15303 of the state guidelines. The required findings are that this will not hurt the town's housing stock. It is not a historically or architecturally significant building which is being demolished. The property owner has a desire to do this, and the economic utility of the structure or building being demolished is not a significant item. The conditions would be as set forth in our written report, and I believe that would be, unless I'm forgetting something, the complete motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve and a second on that motion. Do we have any discussion at this time, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Kane.
When we first reviewed this item, I think on May 9th of this year, was that our first time looking at it? And how many times have we looked at it? A total of 3?
3. It's been 3 times.
At the May 9th meeting and at the July 11 meeting, and again tonight, I'm going to express my concern on an apparent disregard for the demolition language. The demolition language says if we take something down, a demo, we put back up something similar. And it goes beyond that in cases of historical structures. Pretty much says don't do it unless the historical structure cannot be restored into a better present form without demolition. I have a concern about that. I don't know if it's politic or academic. I don't want to go gently into that good night, or we're going to have a run on demolitions. If we ignore this language, we open up the town to demo town. If we ignore this language on historic, everybody's going to be tearing down the kings and queens of the town and putting up aluminum storm door windows. I just don't want to ignore it. And so I want to say it again for the third time, that the demolition language we have, which discourages demolitions very clearly, very vigorously, and says, however, if it really must be demoed, then something similar needs to go in its place. We don't have a definition for similar. It could be 10% larger, 10% smaller, 50% larger, and by the way, this house is, I think, less than 50% larger. What is there? So is that similar? I'm not sure. I just don't want it to go unsaid or have the community think that we're not watching, or anyone else to think that they can demo the great old houses and put up something twice the size, bigger, newer. No, you can't. However, a lot of work has been done on this house in our 3 meetings. We could say special circumstance, warrant exercising some latitude, some judgment. I've walked around the house 3 times as much as I could. I've driven around the neighborhood. I cannot see the house. So as far as changing the character of the neighborhood, I can't make a strong case that this house that is much bigger than what's there is changing the character of the neighborhood. I did see a lot of 2-story, 3-story houses on the crests of hillsides and came back aghast and said to staff, how can this be now? And they said, well, that's Monte Serena, that's Saratoga, they don't care about cutting up their hills. But it wasn't Los Gatos. And some of those big houses that you made reference to are not Los Gatos because there's like 4 communities coming together in 1 or 2 block areas. So, having said my piece on demolition, I'll listen for some other commissioners and their advice.
Commissioners, do we have any comment? Comment for Commissioner Kane? Commissioner Sayoc, and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
Well, I completely empathize with your concerns about the demolition. I will be approving the project tonight, and the biggest reason being that at the last meeting we had a debate about what is similar and how do we define that word similar. And because we were unable to provide the applicant with an exact number or at least a framework to work with, I would feel that it would be unfair at this point to not allow the project if we were not able to give specific guidance on which direction for them to work with. In the past 3 meetings, I am very pleased with the direction and the work that you have done with us, and I feel at this time that with this specific project, I can feel comfortable approving the project given the demolition language in front of us.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Bourgeois?
I just reiterate those sentiments. I think when we first saw the application, the proposed house was twice as big as the existing house, and now we're less than 50%. And I think, given this case-by-case assessment, this parcel where, like Commissioner Kane says, you can't see the house, I think that level of increase is appropriate. And I like the direction it's gone, so I'll be supporting the motion as well.
And Commissioner Micciche?
You know, I think in terms of a demolition, if they don't demolish the home, then the option they have is to enlarge the existing one. That's always a possibility, and the issues we would look at on that would be square footage, bulk and mass, and neighborhood compatibility. And I see not much difference if you demolish and build, or you add on to an existing. Those are the issues you're really looking for. Is the mass an issue? Is the bulk an issue? Is the square footage an issue? If they're not, I have no issue in them building a bigger home.
Okay, any other commissioners? And I will just wrap up and say that I, as been here a long time on the commission, and this is an application where they actually, I felt like we worked together. We strive to make I gave up on trying to ever make anything perfect on the Planning Commission, but we can always make something better. And I think that this has achieved that, so I will be supporting the motion as well. Okay, anybody else? None. With that, I will call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? 1. 6 and 1. Thank you. Okay. Thank you and good luck.
Yeah. appeal rights. Any person dissatisfied with this decision may appeal the decision to the town council. The appeal forms are available in the town clerk's office upstairs. There's a fee for filing an appeal. The appeal must be filed within 10 days.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just like to state for the record,
Commissioner
as
Bourgeois.
per the reasons stated at previous meetings, I'll be recusing myself from item 2.
Okay, thank you very much. And we had two commissioners that were not here at the last meeting. Have you, could you
I've,
please indicate if you've seen the tapes, or et cetera, et cetera?
I've read the minutes in detail.
Yes.
You've read the minutes?
In
the same.
detail.
Okay, thank you for, excuse me, as my entire book is falling apart. Okay. Yes, and Commissioners, we do have a desk item on this. I would like you to take a few minutes and familiarize yourself with this. And while you're doing that, I want to remind everyone that the next, our next application is 15881 Linda Avenue and 15950 Stephanie Lane. And to give some context to the hearing tonight, this application is a continuation of its first public hearing on July 22nd. And then the matter was continued due to the number of neighbors who spoke before the Planning Commission and the late hour. The only other previous meeting we had on this matter was a study session, and that was on July 12th of 2006. So we're seeing it almost a year later, and we are going to continue it. At the last meeting, there were many of you who did not have the opportunity to speak, and I think we have cross-referenced you, and we have your names here, and I will call you, and I hope that you're here tonight. If you have already spoken, just for the sake of efficiency for this meeting and time, if you hear someone already speaking about your issue, if you would just please, nod in agreement or something, we can see you. The other thing you could do is if you have something of enlightenment that you would like us to know that's different, then you could certainly come up and speak. But I have notes, we've read minutes, we have tapes, both audio and video, so I think we're okay. And what we're doing tonight, just as we did on at the last meeting, which was when was that? July 22nd, is that what I said? July 11th. I gave everybody, because of the number, I gave everybody 2 minutes to speak. Okay? And then at the very end, we'll call the applicant up for a rebuttal. Commissioners, does that? Okay. All right, so now what I need are my list of cards. Mr. Suda, will you help take notes on these, some of these issues, on the verbal? Thank you. Excuse us, there's quite a number here, so. We're comparing lists. Maybe we could start off, though, with, I know these. While they are doing that, let me also remind us that this application, for all of you in the audience, is for a plan development and application PD-05-02. It's architecture and site application S-06-050 and negative declaration ND-07-07. And it's requesting approval to change the zone from R18 to R18 PD for a 7-lot subdivision, for a lot line adjustment between two parcels zoned R18, and approval to demolish a single-family residence. And no significant environmental impacts have been identified as a result of this project, and a mitigated declaration is recommended. And that is APNS 523-25-020 and 036. Okay, are we ready to go? Okay, we can start here. And the first speaker, so this will be a continuation, please come to the podium. I'm going to call you up in like 5 at a time. I have no idea how many of you are here to speak, but I will call first Jane Foltz. Would you come to the podium and be ready to speak? Pauline Sprock is to follow her. Lauren Swanson, Carl Ryan, and Erica Engine. And I hope I pronounced your names correctly. So if you'll come over to the podium. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jane. So let's go with Pauline Sprock. I don't see a Pauline Sprock. Okay. That's a pass. Lauren Swanson.
I'm Lawrence Swanson. I live on 15910 Roachin Terrace, about a block from where the development will take place. My main concern is the traffic. The last time we were here, it was stated that there was to be no impact on traffic, but I can't imagine with 14 new cars coming into the area, and we only have one exit out of that area, is Linda Avenue that goes to Blossom Hill. There's going to be a lot more traffic, and I'm really upset because it's going to destroy our neighborhood. We have a nice, quiet, peaceful neighborhood, when all those cars, in addition to the garbage trucks coming in and the mailman and who else you can imagine, and then they'll all have friends, and all those people are going to have to park someplace. They'll be spilling out over on Linda and down Roachin Terrace. So I'm really upset. I'm sorry that they didn't say much about the traffic, but there it is tonight. So look at it. Thank you.
Thank you for being so speedy. Appreciate it. Okay. Carl Ryan. And then Erica. Engine.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Carl Ryan. I live at 15911 Roachin Court. I wanted to discuss with you tonight, I've done a literature review on riparian setback. I've reviewed a 59-some-odd page document written by a gentleman named Wingert. Basically, this is a compilation of about 60 pieces of other literature, and basically it goes through in great lengths the scientific background behind creek setbacks and why we should give nature at least 100 feet of space. And primarily it's because of sediment. Human activity generates runoff. You know, we water our lawns, we put pesticides on them, and I really think, you know, looking at the literature, they suggest that in a flat area, you know, no slope, that 100 feet is prudent. And in fact, it goes through great calculations that, you know, if you look at the various calculations presented in the literature, and we've got several copies of it if you'd like to review it, but basically we should go with at least 105 feet of setback minimum. And this is to provide the creek, what kills rivers and streams nowadays is sedimentary, basically runoff. And human activity causes runoff, and obviously if you have a slope, it's just going to exacerbate the problem. I'd also like to remind you, Commissioners, there was a precedent. Previously, there was Creekside Village that was developed by the state of California in 2005, and the state of California at that time recommended a minimum of 100 feet setback at that time. It was developed here in Los Gatos. So what I'd like to say is, you know, consider this literature. I'm not an expert on it, but others are. A lot of scientists have studied this problem. They've done modeling in the laboratory. My background is in mechanical engineering. And so I've studied engineering, and I understand the literature, and I'd just like you to consider it. Obviously, none of us are experts at it, neither am I. So, anyway.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Commissioners? I had a question. What was the document that you read?
It's a document written by Professor Seth Wingert out of Atlanta, Georgia. It's a 59-page document. We have 10 copies if you'd like to review that, and it's really informative on this subject. So.
Thank you. Okay, can I also, for the record, state that we are being handed packets of information? Okay, these are from all of the speakers? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 documents. And Ms. Bailey, would you see that we have them recorded, what the documents are? Thank you very much. Okay, where was I? Erica Engine, followed by John Yanez Pastor, and then Brian Schmidt and Bill Reck. Okay, would you please adjust the mic? Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Erica Engen. I live at 15841 Loma Vista Avenue, which is directly across the creek from proposed lots 4 and 5. I'm getting the sense that the commission members are probably getting tired of hearing policy arguments, so I'm going to focus on legal arguments for you today and remind the commission that all developments must fully comply with the general plan and the applicable specific plans. I would like to point out that this proposed development does not comply with the following provisions of the general plan, specifically the land use policy. LP 1.7 talks about infill projects and requires that they contribute to the further development of the surrounding neighborhood. And the land use policy gives 4 examples. They must improve circulation, contribute to or provide neighborhood unity, eliminate a blighted area, and not detract from the existing quality of life. This new development will inhibit circulation by prohibiting parking on a new, narrow street. All you have to do is walk down any street in Los Gatos to see that people rarely park in their garages anymore. They are used as storage space. People park on the street. They will be unable to do so in this development. This new development will also be physically separate from the rest of the neighborhood and can hardly be said to promote unity in this neighborhood. The new development will also substantially detract from the existing quality of life because it increases traffic, it increases noise, it removes the visual screen for the adjacent neighbors across the creek, and it destroys the existing wildlife habitat. LP 1.8 also talks about infill projects and says that they shall be designed in context with the neighborhood and surrounding zoning with respect to the existing scale and character of the surrounding structures. The surrounding structures on both sides of this creek are predominantly on lots.
Thank you very much. Can you just wrap up your sentence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are on lots predominantly much larger than even the largest proposed lot in this development, and most have setbacks much larger than the 25 feet from the top of the bank. Also, the homes on the south side have much larger setbacks from 25 feet from the top of the bank, and there are no narrow private streets in this neighborhood.
Thank you. That seems like that was a pretty long sentence. Do we have any questions, commissioners? No. Thank you very much. Okay, John Yanez Pastor. And then if Brian Schmidt could come forward to take over when John is finished, and Bill Reck, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Yanez Pastor. I live across from the development across the creek. I live at 15830 Loma Vista Avenue, Los Gatos 95032. I'm just here to highlight the PD ordinance, conservation policy, and tree ordinance. Los Gatos ordinance requires PD applications to demonstrate an optimal quality, quantity of use of open space. The neighbors have made it clear that we believe the optimal quantity of open space is a 100-foot riparian buffer. We'd also like to make it clear why the use of open space must be as a riparian buffer. Los Gatos conservation policy establishes that the priority use of open space on a riparian property is open space next to the creek. Conservation policy 2.4 says the town will establish natural open space and recreation as a priority land use designation for lands immediately adjacent to reservoirs and streams. That's a clear directive that the optimal use of open space on the Linda property is along the creek. Yet under the heading Open Space, the staff report describes a 5,654 square foot open space between lots 3 and 4 as the open space on the property. Considering the plan development ordinance and conservation policy together makes it clear that open space on the Linda property needs to be redesigned. The Los Gatos Tree Ordinance, provides an even stronger mandate on this property. The Tree Conservation Ordinance in Section 29.10.0990, Item 5, states that in connection with a proposed subdivision of land into 2 or more parcels, no protected trees shall be removed unless removal is unavoidable due to the restricted access to the property or deemed necessary to repair
Would you please wrap up?
geological hazard. Yes. Let me repeat. Item 5, Section 29.10.090 states that in connection with the proposed subdivision of land into 2 or more parcels, no protected trees shall be removed unless removal is unavoidable due to restricted access to the property or deemed necessary to repair a geological hazard.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Any questions, commissioners? No questions. Thank you very much. Brian Schmidt? Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt. I work for Committee for Green Foothills. I'm the Santa Clara County Advocate. Committee for Green Foothills works on open space and natural resource protection in 2 counties, Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Recently I was contacted by the Ross Creek neighbors concerning this application, and this was a latest in a string of calls we've had over the last year regarding properties in Los Gatos where there have been environmental concerns. And I've been working a lot in Coyote Valley, where a 7,000-acre property, but we've had enough of these calls that it's about time I felt to pay attention to some issues here. And we do have some concerns about riparian protection in Los Gatos in general, and this project in particular. Our recommendation would be to delay any action on this project and get a better definition of riparian zones and riparian protection. 100 feet minimum buffer seems to be more of a standard, or at least 50 feet. I noticed in the staff report they discussed the San Jose 100-foot minimum buffer and said there are exceptions. That's correct, there are exceptions. About 3 months ago, we were involved in a big fight over an exception in San Jose Duckett Way project. We were very unsatisfied with the outcome of that, and that we ended up with a 55-foot buffer in that case. So this doesn't seem to come anywhere close to that issue. Another issue that I just raised, which would also be important for CEQA purposes, is whether there's been a cumulative impact analysis for impervious surfaces. There's a significant increase in impervious surfaces in this project, and I did not see any cumulative impact analysis. They did say they're going to comply with storm permit requirements, but those storm permit requirements do not suffice for dealing with cumulative impacts. We have documentation that we developed to that, and would be happy to forward to the town for consideration by the City Council or to any commissioners that would have any questions about that. And finally, I'll just wrap up by saying I understand that the city was unwilling or unable to turn out plans or give the plans for this project to the people that asked for them. To finish that, San Jose gives me their plans all the time. So there's something wrong with the process here that you are not able to give it out.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Oh, Commissioner Sayoc.
I do have 2 questions of you. In your introduction, you mentioned that you have general information as well as specific information for this project. Did you touch upon the specifics on the Ross Creek project?
Right. The fact that the development here goes so close to the riparian zone is a problem specific to that project. And the reason why I paid attention to this relatively small project is because this is one of a number of cases that we've been contacted over the last year or so that indicates to me that there might be a problem going on in Los Gatos.
So then does your studies, does it include the information that both the applicant as well as the staff has prepared, all the different biological studies?
I've reviewed some of them. I would say I have not looked at everything. I did look at the initial study, and I looked at some of the Ross Creek neighbor stuff as well.
And then my last question, if it's okay. Talk to me about impervious surfaces. And you have looked at our mitigated neck deck then?
Yeah, if you look at the initial study on page 18, it says that there will be minimized increases in storm damage flows from the project site. So basically they're acknowledging that there could be an increase in storm flows. So what they then need to do is do a cumulative impact analysis to see if that, together with other increases in impervious surfaces, results in a cumulatively significant increase.
And of the community, have you seen any similar environmental reports of communities this size that have done these cumulative impacts prior to the actual design being taken place?
Well, I would say no. This is a systematic problem that we've addressed in a white paper we wrote for the Water District on exactly this issue. We brought it up to the Water Board in their future NPDES permits that are now coming out. What needs to be done is a systematic EIR.
Right.
For that
and
type.
The reason why I raise that is because I have flagged that. However, what I've seen in past experience is that you can't make these cumulative calculations until you have the final design because you don't know a specific site layout. And so I just want to see if that is similar to what you've done in your previous experience.
Well, what our recommendation would be a programmatic EIR for the city on whether or not there's a cumulative impacts from increase in impervious surfaces with mitigations done on a programmatic level and then applied systematically after you've worked out the total increase in impervious surface project by project. So you have a systematic mitigation already in place.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Schmidt, I didn't want to ignore or have you think that we ignored your last comment. Are you saying you were refused requested plans from the town?
I was not, but I was told that the expert hired by the Ross Creek
So it
neighbors...
wasn't your personal experience that anyone here didn't give you what you should have gotten?
No, I have heard this happening in other places, and the point I wanted to make is the reason why the developers say that is they say these plans are copywritten, and therefore the cities are not allowed to hand them out. San Jose gives them out. I believe what they do there is they require the developers to release those projects, those plans, so they can be given out to the public.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bill Rick, followed by, and I hope I pronounced your name right, Hanne Olofsson, followed by Leanne McWaters, excuse me, followed by Lawrence Joman, and followed by Dan Holloway. Okay.
My name's Bill Reck. I live 95 Church here in town. Been on the property. I want to first say that I want to give a strong voice of support for this project. I've seen the plans. I've seen the plans early on when it was 11 homes, then when it was 9, and now it's 7. I've seen Mr. McElroy work exhaustively with the town on working out the issues. I've seen him work with the neighbors. Physically, I've seen him work with the neighbors and address many of their concerns through the Planning Commission as well, and back to the Planning Commission. I just want to lend a voice of support for this project. I think the town could use it. I've been on the property. I've walked the creek. I've walked the entire perimeter of the property. For someone to say that's some sort of land habitat, I don't think so. It's vacant. It's been vacant for a long time. The creek is, in my view, I'm not a professional, the creek is pretty trashed and up from upstream. Has nothing to do with this development. And in fact, as I understand it, he's going to spend quite a bit of money working, cleaning up this creek. So, you know, this is my view, and it's my experience that I've been on the land, walking it. I've been in the creek. I've gone up and down that creek. That is not a pristine creek at this point in time. And maybe it will be after this is placed in. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Hanne Olofsson.
Name is Hanne Olofsson. I live 15083 Lynn Avenue in Los Gatos. I'm one of the investors in this project. I have lived in Los Gatos for 24 years. Los Gatos is a wonderful little town where people care about their town. I have worked with Terry McElroy for 20 years. We have built a few beautiful single-family homes together in Los Gatos, and we have never had any problems with the town or with the buyers. Our group consists of a few families, so we are not a big consortium. With all the data you have in front of you, you can see that we have worked very hard to give you all the information that you need to approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, Commissioners? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Leanne McWaters?
Hello, I'm Leanne McWaters. I live at 15826 Linda Avenue, and that is across the creek, and the end of my property is kitty corner from the end of the property, but I can't quite see it. So at the July 11th Planning Commission meeting, Gordon Schaefer spoke up about the periodic flooding that happens in the creek, and I live across the creek. This is a picture from that I took from my house, and this is in October of '04, and shows pictures which you have in your packets of what happens periodically on the creek. The creek does go up to the top of the bank and over it several times. That's happened 3 times within the last 3 years for our experience. This is in October of '04. We believe there's a floodplain on the property because you can see this is looking over. David Kreitz property is right next to the subject property, and that's right over in that direction. See that sycamore tree? That is at the end of David's property. The subject property is just beyond that. So if you go to the next one, Carl. So for you to get a visual effect, this is at the end of Linda Avenue. This is looking straight across the street to David's property, just almost to the corner. The subject property is just to the right there. This is a very uproarious river at times, and for you not to know that is important information. And so we believe that there is a floodplain, and a biologist saw some evidence of that as well. And so we want to, and some of the evidence might be already destroyed because there was some disking over there on the property in 2006. But this should be evaluated by a forensic hydrologist and geomorphic expert to determine the true top of the bank. To make matters worse, there are open and closed storm drains on the Linda property that show evidence of a large storm runoff onto the property. Considering that Linda Avenue and Stephanie Lane do not have a storm drain system, the potential storm runoff should also be evaluated. So we want to have an environmental impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Do we have any questions of this applicant? Commissioner Kane.
Through the chair to staff.
Oh, to staff. Okay, none of the applicant.
Well,
Mike, could you wait, please? Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, the pictures are pretty dramatic. Is there something we should do about that? Build walls, not build homes? Is it going to flood every day? What do we know about floods? Mr. Parsons.
We've spoken to the Water District about it, and they have a model of the creek, and from their model, it appears that the homes are a good 6 feet above the floodplain. So, they say that it's, for the 10-year, they said it stays in the bank. For the 100-year, it goes a foot over the bank.
Well, the 100 years is right behind you. In fact, you're in it right now, and
It was 2004, October.
so that's not going to happen for another 100 years.
Oh, right. Actually, we have a neighbor in the neighborhood who's here, and he's been over 20 years, and he's seen it higher than this was. He said that he's seen it where it's 2 feet just below the level of the Linda Street, which is quite high. You measured it. What did you say? This was about 7 feet high within the creek. Now, I didn't bring pictures of what the creek looks now, but it's 7 feet higher than it usually is. This goes over the bank. This is over the bank, and if you can see the reflection there, that's into David's yard. The property is right next to this. So this is denial that this is not a factor.
Well, there's no denial there's a lot of water in the picture. Whether or not it's a factor is a different story, and that's what I'm asking staff. We're not putting anyone in harm's way. We're not ignoring the flood potential, and you've got a report that says...
We've got a report that says that the 100-year flood is about the level that we see there, and that these homes are still quite a bit higher.
Thank you.
So this other neighbor saw it in 81, if you want to check that out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lawrence Joman, followed by Dan Holloway.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Joman, and I'm with the Guadalupe Coyote Resource Conservation District.
Oh, Could you please say that again? I didn't hear that.
My name is Larry Johmann, Johmann, and I'm with the Guadalupe Coyote Resource Conservation District. And I would like to talk just about riparian setbacks, and those pictures were very dramatic. I'd like to say categorically that that was not a 100-year flood. We haven't had a 100-year event here in probably about 80 or 90 years. The last big event was in March of '95, and that was only about a 50 or 70-year event. So those pictures were probably only about a 10 or 12-year event. So it's going to get one heck of a lot higher, that water, in a big storm. And I think the riparian, one of the reasons to have riparian setbacks is to protect people from flooding and to absorb the floodwaters, like you've seen in the pictures. That was good. That's what you should do. That's a natural area, and it's protecting people. If you start putting walls up, you're just channelizing everything and putting it into accelerating the velocities and causing a lot of damage. So that's one of the really clear reasons why you have riparian setbacks. And I believe the riparian setbacks have to be 50 to 100 feet at the very minimum on a small creek like you've seen. And it's not a trash creek. I've been in that creek many a times. I've seen fish in it. You go downstream about a half a mile, and you do see a trash creek. And you go down a half a mile, and you see flooding because they channelized it. This is the kind of area you want. You want to protect that riparian area where you have trees and you have vegetation to protect and slow down the flows. That's what you want. And I have a study here that Santa Clara County done, and they did a survey of all the counties around the Bay Area here and about the riparian setbacks, and they basically say 50 to 100 feet minimum for riparian zones. So I think you need to really consider and make it a 50 to 100-foot setback. It's going to protect people's lives and property. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of this speaker? None. Thank you very much. Dan Holloway, followed by, and I have the next number of speakers, Stephen Guzzetti, Timur England.
Hi there, my name is Dan Holloway. I live at 16956 Frank Court, Los Gatos. I've been a resident for 9 years here, and I'm part of the project that's building this. Basically what I wanted to say was that when we started this project about 2.5 years ago, we sat down with the staff planners that you have here, Sandy and Fletch, Randy over there, and we started going through the process. And to put it mildly, Los Gatos is a tough one to get through, but it's a very long, involved process. We went through it. We did our due diligence. We went through every agency that they asked us to go through. We didn't get to pick any of the people that they chose for us, the biologist, the environmental impact person, just about every group that could possibly have any influence or jurisdiction in this area we've been through. And, you know, the biggest problem we've had, and the reason it took 2.5 years, is basically because a lot of these guys have conflicting requirements. But we've worked with them, we've sat with them, we've got them all to agree on this project, and we've got green lights from every single one of them. That's 15 different agencies. And to get them all on the same page is not a simple process. So imagine how kind of surprised we were when the neighbors brought up the fact that they want to bring in other jurisdictional people to use their guidelines instead. It seems difficult for us to imagine that how many other jurisdictions we can bring into this process and keep this thing going. I guess that's our frustration. So, you know, I think staff has written quite a nice report that is approving or in favor of approving this process, and we'd just like you to take that into account. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'm understanding you're representing the applicant, or you are?
Yes, I'm part of the group.
Oh, okay. Usually we have you come at the end for a rebuttal. That's all right.
I tried to make it clear.
Any questions, commissioners? No. Okay, thank you very much. That's what it says here.
Good evening. My name is Steve Guzzetti, and I live at 16309 Short Road in Los Gatos. Following your comment, I am part of the applicant, so I don't know if did you want me to speak now or come at the end, or how did you want to do that?
If you're an interested party, go ahead. 2 minutes.
I've been a resident all my life in Los Gatos. In fact, I grew up about 1 mile away from this project. I played in Ross Creek when I was 9 years old. I've gone to the local schools here, and my family is here now, and we're a part of this community and have been for a very long time.
This project, we have worked extremely hard in trying to meet all of the requirements that have been set forth for us, all the guidelines. We have bent over backwards trying to accommodate many of the concerns that the neighbors have had, and that has been reflected in the numerous changes that have come down the pike on this project. We've taken the Commission's suggestions on a lot of things, reducing density, lowering the number of homes. We've addressed the parking situation. We've gone the mile to really try to accommodate everyone here. I'm going to be one of the supervisors on the project, actually out there supervising the work, and I can tell you that I feel very proud and confident that when I go out there to build those homes, that I'm going to have the best set of plans that we could have developed for this. And at the end of the day, when the homes are built there, we're going to have a beautiful community within that environment. It's going to be, we hope, the toast of the town in terms of how a design should be done and what benchmarks should be followed. And I'm going to be very proud of that project, and in fact, I'm going to buy one of the houses and move my family into one of those homes as well. So we ask for your support tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioners? None. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you please hold your applause? Thank you. Timur Engen, I'm sorry. Thank you. Followed by Shauna Poor, followed by Mark Lambert, followed by David Smokey, and then the last speaker will be Lori O'Ryan.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request an additional 2 minutes, please.
For what purpose?
I'm going to follow up on what my wife was talking about. Commissioner Kane expressed concern at the last meeting that this is a quasi-judicial body and they're here to talk about regulations and law, and we're prepared to do that. I promise it will not be 2 minutes wasted.
Excuse me. I would like the audience not to call out. Thank you. You know, I have to really adhere to my 2 minute. I made that official at the last hearing that we had on this project, and I do have to adhere to it again tonight.
Okay. Well, with my 2 minutes starting now, my name is Timur Engen. I live at 15841.
But would you please start? Wait a minute. Would you please start it now? Thank you. We clarified that. Thank you.
My name is Timur Engen. I live at 15841 Loma Vista Avenue. Again, these are requirements that must be met. What's in the general plan and the town code must be met, and that's why the developer does not want you to hear it, because they do not meet this. LP 4.4 says avoid demolitions. They're obviously demolishing a house in flat contradiction to LP 4.4. If allowed, the replacement house should be similar in size and scale as the original and maintain the neighborhood character. There's currently one 2,200 square foot home on that lot. They're going to demolish that. They're going to cram 7 homes in that same area. That violates LP 4.4 because that house is not similar in size and scale to the original. CP 2.14, yet another provision that they're flagrantly violating. It says protect riparian corridors through use of restrictive setbacks or other protective measures as appropriate to the site. This is not a restrictive setback. This isn't even a setback from the riparian corridor. They're picking a spot at the top of the bank within the riparian corridor. It's not a setback from the riparian corridor as required by CP 2.14. Flatly contradicts it. CP 4.2, preserve heritage trees and specimens. Again, they must comply with these provisions. The town staff report said it at the July 7th meeting. Also, the general plan specifically states that all of these provisions must be complied with. Preserve heritage trees and specimens, CP 4.2. 40 trees are slated for destruction. How is that preservation? It's not. I defy anyone other than Mr. McElroy to stand here and tell us that is preserving trees. It absolutely is not. Town Code Section 29.10.0990. Actually, I'm going to skip that. I'm just going to go to a final note, and that is the introduction to the general plan states, Los Gatos is a truly special place, and residents want to protect, if I could just finish this last point.
Please finish. Would you please finish the last point? I'd like to hear it.
It says Los Gatos is a truly special place. This is what the general plan says. And residents want to protect their community from the increasing development pressures of the region. Proposed development projects are held to a higher standard, and what is improved in other communities may not be acceptable in Los Gatos. Support of new development from surrounding residents and property owners will be a major consideration during any redevelopment review process. Here are the neighbors. None of them support this project. The only people that will stand up in support of it are investors.
Could you please wrap it up now? Thank you very much, and we are aware of the general plan, but thank you for reminding us. Excuse me, I don't want any applause. Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner
Are
Vicci.
you or your wife an attorney?
I am an attorney.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. Shayna Poor.
Hi. My name's Shayna, and I have been a resident in Los Gatos I'm 23 years old, and I've grown up here. I went to St. Mary's School, and I just want to say that my family has partnered up with other families to do this project that I have grown up with as well. And I just want to say that this project has been going on or in planning for over 2.5 years, and me and my family have gone through a lot, and it's been really hard. My dad's worked really hard to get this approved, and he's gone in and out and above and beyond to do whatever he can. And I just want to say in good faith that me and my family and we've worked really hard to create a project that we're proud of, and my dad's very proud of this. And the policy guidelines of the town, we have met all of that. He has met all of that. I'm definitely not a professional in any of this, but I'm here to support my family and the rest of the families involved. And I think that it's unnecessary for personal attacks on my friends that are involved in this and families. And I just want to say that that's just unacceptable and it's ridiculous. And I'm just here to support my family and the rest of the families. So thank you, and we want the approval. That's it.
Thank you very much for being here. Do we have any questions? Mark Lambert.
Hello, my name is Mark Lambert. I live at 15904 Roshan Court. It's hard, after all this testimony, to say anything about the riparian setback, but I'd like to give my perspective on it because my house backs up to Ross Creek, the full length of the back of the house. I'd like to point out how important it is that we honor the setback. It would be very unfair to the people buying houses that had a restricted, attenuated backyard. The foliage and trees along the creek is a beautiful backdrop. Anybody in their right mind would be out enjoying this, and it would be completely unfair to the people who bought the house and also to Ross Creek to have people barbecuing or, having events and be forced to be, right up to the foliage from the creek. We have blackberries and such that grow along the back of our property. It's really not a creek that we access or make any use of other than as a buffer between ourselves and the other neighbors. One thing I'd like to point out that my neighbor Carl actually mentioned, my house was built in 1975. The entire length of the back of my property has, I don't want to misrepresent it, but a concrete trap or culvert that any runoff from the yard falls into this and does not go into the creek. And we're very careful in our house not to wash cars in the yard because the stuff does drain into the creek. It's something that we take care of. It's something we respect.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. David Smokey. Could not be here? Lori Orion.
name is Lori O'Ryan. I live at 15850 Loma Vista Avenue. I'm directly across the creek from the project. And I'd like to say that I'm here to support families who oppose the project. I'd also like to say that in response to some of the people that have said that the developer has worked with the neighbors, I have to disagree. I know of only one meeting that the developer has had with the neighbors, and during that meeting we made suggestions, and Mr. McElroy flatly told us that he wasn't changing the plan. He thought he'd done enough and that we were just going to have to deal with it. Tonight I'd like to focus on one point, and that's that the developer hasn't given any serious consideration to a development that doesn't put the houses right up against the creek. Basically that there aren't any houses backing up to the creek. Right now, if you look at the plans on paper, and even, well, when you look at it, it doesn't do justice as to how close those houses really are to the creek. And when you walk through the story poles, there are branches sticking into the story poles. So, I mean, that really tells you how close they are to the creek when we're talking about the riparian corridor. Specifically, what I wanted to talk about tonight is that the developer hasn't considered an alternative an alternative without the houses backing right up to the creek. Despite the fact that there have been two suggestions to do so from persuasive authorities. These authorities are a water district letter that was sent more than 2 years ago. It requested a redesign with no houses backing up to the creek. And second, the Los Gatos Guidelines and Standards for Creekside Planning. And this describes houses backing up to the creek as a problem on page 6 and 7, and then also spends several pages documenting the reasons for this problem and suggesting alternatives. Obviously, the neighbors have also proposed this sort of a redesign.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Okay, Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Ryan, can you give me that reference again?
Which one? The water district letter?
Guidelines and standards for land use near streams.
Right. The guidelines and standards address that it's a problem on page 6 and 7, and then there are several pages that document it. I'm sorry, page 6.7. It's in our packet. Do you have a page reference?
Yeah.
The packet that we gave you tonight, it's referenced in there, and we have specifically on attachment 2. It looks like this, if that helps you.
That guy's from Georgia. That's not our stuff.
And that's it's called Guidance for Developers, 6.7.
Do you have a question about that? Yeah. It's the second one that was handed out. That's the one that was by itself, the smaller packet. That looks...
Yes.
Could we have another one? No, it's one you just handed out.
But it's not that. So the question is it in the guidelines?
And it's
Use
listed
that
under
if we find
attachment
it.
2.
Here. Thank you.
Okay, did we find it, Commissioner Kane?
And the reference on it?
It's the Guidance for Developers, User Manual Guidelines and Standards for Land Use Near Streams, 6.7. Yeah, attachment 2 to that packet.
Thanks, Steve.
You'll see a page that says attachment 2, and it's directly behind that.
All right.
Keep on.
I'm at 7-4. Which way? Well, she wants to go in front of it, Steve. You got to wait a minute. Oh, she's going to go behind it.
Chronological.
Okay. Did we find it? We found it.
Just wait a second.
Yes. I will wait a second.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So
Thank
this
you.
page is 6.7?
Correct.
And that's from our guidelines and standards for land use near streams?
Yes.
Town of Los Gatos?
Yes, User Manual. You see at the bottom of the page, and you can see that it's from your User Manual. Guidelines and Standards for Land Use Near Streams, 6.7.
I read it. I didn't find a problem. That's why I wanted to take a moment and get the exact reference that you were mentioning so I could read it and pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I think we've underlined it at the bottom, and that's...
Okay, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I said before that I would, and I said this at the last meeting, that I would allow the 4 cards I have now who spoke before to spoke very shortly, very narrow, if it's new information that we have not heard. Because if it's information we've already heard, I will stop you. But when the buzzer sounds, you have to stop, okay? I don't want you to, even if you're in the middle of a word, we need this for the sake of time here. And I did go through all the minutes, and so I have a list of who talked and what they talked about. So if I hear it again, I will cut you off, all right? Thank you very much. With that introduction, that's friendly. David Kreitz.
I'm Dave Kreitz from 15900 Linda Avenue. And just before I start, the initial study says that my property is significantly impacted. So I'd like to request 4 minutes of completely new material on CEQA. Just 4 minutes. That's all I'm asking for.
You have 2 minutes.
Several of you are familiar with the Monroe Court planning file, since it took about 6 or 7 years to approve. I'd like to compare the Monroe property to the Linda property, not to say that what is good for one is good for the other, but to make an important point about a big deficiency in the initial study for Linda Avenue. The Monroe initial study spent 2 pages and a diagram discussing the riparian corridor and the riparian setback. It says the riparian zone is the drip line of the riparian trees, and the typical setback is 100 feet from that drip line. Contrast that with the Linda initial study, which spends only 1 sentence on the same topic. On page 3, it simply says that the riparian zone is defined by the creek bank, period. That's all it says about the most important environmental definition on the property. It flatly contradicts the definition on page 11.3 of the Los Gatos Creekside Guidelines and Standards, which says the riparian edge is the drip line of the riparian trees. And the reviewer from the State Water Board also points out that this is the accepted definition. The Monroe initial study spent a paragraph discussing the appropriate building setback from the riparian zone. The Linda initial study is completely silent on the subject. So the document that is supposed to answer all of our questions about how close we should build to the creek says nothing at all about it. Nothing. So what could cause such a discrepancy? One might guess that the Ross Creek environment is unimportant, but that's not it. Both Ross Creek and Los Gatos Creek are important parts of the Guadalupe watershed. The point I want to make is that we shouldn't have to guess about how Monroe is different than Linda. I don't know what the riparian zone is or what the setback should be, and I don't expect you to know what the riparian zone or setback should be. The initial study is supposed to do that.
Would you like to finish? I'd like to have you finish your sentence. Would you finish your sentence for us?
The initial study for Linda is so silent on the important stuff that it's nearly useless.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of this speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and with that, Renee Kreitz.
I'm Renee Kreitz. I live at 15900 Roshan Terrace. I'll be really brief and just ask you guys to please study the biological study that you'll find in your packet that has some important information by a biologist, creek restoration expert, and an arborist, and ask you to please review that before making any decision on this really important project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Excuse me. Commissioner Sayoc.
Can you clarify which packet? It seems we've
It's in
been
the
given
bigger
so
packet.
many.
It's the bigger packet.
Oh, there's
Verna.
Yeah. The one with the orange?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Do you have a question? Yes. Would you please come back up? Thank you.
And before I get to it, can you clarify, which biologist has prepared this?
Verna Jigor.
And this is a biologist that the
The
neighborhood
Ross
has...
Creek, all of us neighbors contacted her.
Okay. Is this biologist here present?
No, she could not make it tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Citizen Ray? 2 minutes. Followed by Doug Omby.
Yes, indeed. I want to read from the agenda report of the Town Council on this matter dated February 14th, 2007. Okay? That's the night the Council approved land use guidelines for Los Gatos where there is a stream involved, all right? The Commissioner Bourgeois and Seo commented. They expressed the concern that applicants will view the setbacks in the GNS guidelines and standards as the maximum required. As discussed above, staff will address this concern and make it clear the setbacks discussed in the GNS are minimums, and greater setbacks may be required based on site condition. Repeat, based on site conditions. Also, it is suggested that the town consider adopting a riparian corridor policy and reference the City of San Jose policy that requires a 100-foot setback and then outlines exceptions to reduce the setback. In other words, the town of Los Gatos has no riparian policy. Unbelievable. Okay? So what you need to do, in my opinion, is recommend to the town council that no action be taken on this land use application until there is a riparian policy in effect by the town of Los Gatos. And that will require a moratorium until that's done. That's the only common sense approach to deal with this issue. And also I want to point out, this is a very referendable situation, okay? If these people aren't satisfied, this will go to a referendum in a heartbeat.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'll support it with money, time, and reports.
Sit down. Thank you. Doug Omby.
Sit down.
All right, that's it. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to leave. Citizen Ray, that's it.
You told me to sit down. I'll make up your mind. Do I sit down or do I leave?
I think you are being disrespectful, not only to me, the entire commission, disruptive to the audience.
I cannot stand the downfall of American democracy. And I'm leaving.
Okay. Doug Omby.
I have to get my cane.
Please go ahead, sir.
Go ahead and start. Okay. My name is Doug Omby. I live at 155 Woodview Drive. And I'd just like to point out some clarifications to the latest staff report that came out. On page 2 of the August 22nd report, it says that there is no standard definition of a riparian corridor. New GNS defines the corridors of streamlined vegetation as riparian habitat and defines the edge of the riparian habitat or the riparian edge as the outer boundary of the existing riparian vegetation for trees. The drip line is the outer boundary. That seems like a definition to me. Page 2 of the staff report says the property lines for the newly created lots along the creek will be extended to the top of the bank. Section 29.10.020 of the Los Gatos Creek Code defines lot areas as the areas that exclude any land determined to be riparian habitat. Given that the riparian habitat is defined by the drip line of the existing trees, it would seem that the lot line should be revisited. Section 4 of the August 22nd staff report regarding the restoration of the riparian corridor appears to be fabricated by the applicant. There is no riparian restoration plan in the planning file, let alone approval from any of the organizations listed. Dave Johnson from the Fish and Game has stated by email that he has not seen a restoration plan and doesn't believe one exists. Certainly, there was no mention of a restoration plan in the initial study. Copies of that email are in your file, and I know Sandy has copies of them also. In the July meeting staff report under Creek, it says the plans have been reviewed and accepted by Fish and Game, the Water District, and the Water District, and that's confusing because I can't find any documents from Fish and Game, any CEQA documents from Fish and Game that says they have issued permits. I do see in Exhibit H that the Water District still has concerns and no permits have been issued. In fact, Fish and Game, the Water District, and the Water Board have not issued permits and have all indicated that they do not yet have enough information to do so. And that's all I have to say. Is there any questions?
Okay, Commissioner Sayoc.
Can you give me the citation again, the second citation you gave regarding property lines extending to?
Section 29.10.020, Los Gatos Creek Code, Los Gatos Code. 29.10.020.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then actually, through the chair, if I could ask to just review that real quick, if we have it on hand.
Talking about the definition of the lot area? Yeah, the lot area, in terms of doing density calculations, for using the lot area, you exclude the riparian corridor for doing density calculations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions of this speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I call the applicant up, I have a bulletin from the staff that might alter the proceedings here. So, Mr. Korb or Mr. Suda? Mr. Korb?
Well, I'll start. Before we get to the meat of the matter, I also just want to clarify for the record regarding the speaker who was asked to leave the room in case it wasn't picked up by the microphones and doesn't clearly get on the record. The speaker, Ray Davis, a.k.a. Citizen Ray, spoke beyond the time allotted and was asked to stop and yelled back to the chair, which is defined under the town code as disruptive behavior at a meeting. And he then yelled out twice away from the podium, also defined as disruptive behavior. And I should add for the record that what he yelled out in both cases was Zeke Heil. Beyond that...
Could I add something to that? That was his, he had a warning before this.
Right.
Thank you.
Beyond that, there are a number of issues that have been raised tonight. Legal issues, or at least arguably legal issues, and a CEQA issue. It's okay. You want me to go on? And a CEQA issue. I will not address the legal issues right now other than to say that I think you all know already from past experience, some more than others, depending on how long you've been on the commission, that general plan policies are for you to interpret. Reasonable minds can differ regarding the meaning of those policies, particularly their application to any given project. There is a history of the application of many of the general plan policies that have been cited tonight by both the commission and by the council. Several examples for your information, and I'm sure for your recall to prior policies, though there is a policy, for example, that essentially discourages demolitions. It doesn't prohibit demolitions, and it never has been interpreted to prohibit demolitions. In fact, if it was interpreted to prohibit demolitions, there would be few, if any, projects that would ever have been approved in the town of Los Gatos since the general plan amendment was adopted back in 2000, because most projects in Los Gatos involve the redevelopment of previously developed property. So clearly, though discouraged, demolitions are not prohibited. There was also some issues raised concerning drainage standards and cumulative impacts. I listened to the testimony, and though, again, reasonable minds may differ regarding what are the appropriate drainage standards, the town is only obligated to impose those drainage standards that have been adopted through the drainage permit standards that the town and the rest of the cities in the county, for that matter, but the rest of the cities in the county within Santa Clara County are obligated to follow under the permitting process. Though one could certainly argue that those standards should be more stringent, they're not. so we're not obligated to impose additional standards. But the core concern that I have, and I think staff would probably agree at this point, is regarding the supplemental environmental documentation that was, I shall say, dropped on the Commission at the very last moment tonight. It's obviously a lengthy document, and it's packed filled with arguments and factual observations and conclusions, both scientific and observational. But one thing I have to advise the Commission is that when you are asked pursuant to CEQA to consider the adoption of a negative declaration, or in this case a mitigated negative declaration, your ability to do so is dependent upon whether there is a potential for significant negative environmental impacts, notwithstanding what the negative declaration says. And the standard that requires additional study is a very low standard. In other words, there's a low threshold with regard to mitigated or not mitigated, unmitigated negative declarations. And that threshold is if a fair argument is made based on substantial evidence in support of towards the conclusion that there may be significant negative environmental impacts caused by a project, then you are obligated to do further study. You're not supposed to weigh, for instance, the evidence and determine which you consider more credible, particularly when the evidence is dueling evidence by consultants, experts on a particular subject. You are just obligated to require additional study. That doesn't necessarily mean an EIR, and it doesn't necessarily mean an extensive delay, but we are obligated to do further study to ensure that there will not be unmitigated negative, significant environmental impacts resulting from the project. And the study that has been submitted tonight is apparently, and we could only look at it pretty rapidly, just as you could only look at it rapidly, apparently the subject of was submitted by a person with some expertise in the field. It discusses issues of substance. It raises some questions, and those questions need to be addressed. And so my best advice tonight, and I'm sorry to have to say this only because I don't think it is fair in a process to have such significant information dropped at the last moment in an application that has been reviewed for quite a long period of time. But nevertheless, it has been, and to ensure that any action that may be taken in the future with regard to this application is not subject to attack based on a failure to perform your duty under CEQA, I have to recommend that the hearing be continued for time sufficient to allow staff to review this data, to prepare any additional studies that are required, and report back if any additional environmental work, any additional mitigation measures, or other things may be required as a consequence of the document that you've been presented tonight.
Mr. Korb, would you please tell us this pile that I received? Would you please tell us the title of that document?
I'm referring specifically to the document that's entitled Conservation Ecological Evaluation Initial Study for 15881 Linda Court, et cetera, prepared for Ross Creek neighbors by Verna, I think it's Jaguar, and dated August 22nd, 2007. It's referred to here as draft, though in the introductory section, I think it says this is the final draft.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So, commissioners, we have questions of staff, I'm sure, or a motion, or, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I wanted to just throw out something for our consideration. I certainly wouldn't argue with what counsel just told us, and therefore I would personally say if council believes we should continue so they can do that, that's fine with me. The only question I have is what we should do for the balance of the evening. We've heard all the speakers, except we have not yet heard from the applicant on the applicant's rebuttal. It is possible that after staff looks at this, there will be something significant. It's possible there will not be something significant. But in any event, if we get some comments from staff that have to be responded to, in essence, we'll be reopening something, I think. But I, for one, would just assume we heard the applicant this evening on the rebuttal, so at least as to where we are now, we can end that. And the only thing left would be open then will be dependent upon what staff reports back to us. And I'm not judging that at all. And obviously, reasonable minds could differ even on the procedure. But I just wanted to say, after sitting here for the 2 nights we've done, hearing people, my mind would work better if I not only heard what I heard so far, but if I heard the response to it, rather than so breaking it up that it's a little more difficult to put it together. So that would be my thought.
Okay, that's a good one to consider. I will consult with my commission and staff about that. So if the applicant spoke tonight, to rebut, and then the staff came back with new information for us that might significantly change this, can I open up the next meeting for a narrow, I don't even know what. Has this happened before? Is there a precedent for this?
My recommendation is to continue the public hearing. However, if the commission wishes to hear from the applicant tonight in rebuttal to the points that have been raised thus far, I think it's free to do so at the chair and the rest of the commission's, at the chair's discretion with the advice of the remainder of the commission. You're free to do that. If the matter is continued and additional information is taken in, it's possible to accept additional comment limited only to the environmental documents, additional environmental documents that have been brought to the Commission's attention. We'll have to review whether that's actually required or not. And that's the reason why we would recommend that you continue the public hearing so it doesn't have to be renoticed just in case additional testimony can or should be allowed.
Okay. Does that answer your question? And I certainly haven't had a chance to even look at these documents at all. So, Commissioner Rice?
I was just going to agree with Commissioner O'Donnell. I think I would be in favor of hearing the applicant this evening as opposed to putting that off.
Okay. Let's take a poll. Commissioner Matici?
Ditto.
Commissioner Sayoc?
I would like to hear him, but again, as our legal counsel suggested, I would like, given what the information we find in this document, if there is pertinent information that requires public comment, I would like to hear that at the following meeting as well.
Okay. I would agree with that. Commissioner King?
I would agree with that. And however, if anyone is here wants to speak tonight, knowing that this is probably going to be continued, I think we should probably let that happen. It might be ill-advised, since we're going to do it all over again. But if somebody is dying to speak tonight, if the applicant wants to rebut, they should be allowed to do that. All should keep in mind that we're probably going to do this again.
My suggestion, by the way, through the chair, is not that you do the public hearing all over again, but if you are so inclined, whether you're required to or not, but if you're inclined to allow additional testimony, that it be limited solely to the additional environmental documentation that may or may not be provided in the following meeting.
Okay, and I didn't get a chance to look at this, but what about these other documents that were handed to the... if somebody has something to say about this, we're going to... Commissioner O'Donnell?
Can we focus, though, just, as I understand what council was told, is it's really a CEQA question we're talking about, and the standard for the California Environmental Quality Act, which we've just heard, is totally different from this. If it should be determined that a reasonable argument can be made of a significant adverse impact, we have a problem, and that would make us go back to determine whether a negative declaration is the proper way to go or whether an EIR is required or what it is. Will not allow us then to make a decision. So I think we have to focus on the moment that what I hear council saying is directed to CEQA, And at our next meeting, we'll have to determine whether we can rely on the negative declaration already adopted, whether consideration for a new negative declaration has to be made, or whether an EIR has to be made. But as far as tonight is concerned, the factual matters before us, that's really not what's going to be considered for the next meeting.
Okay. Commissioners, would you agree with that? And so we'll let the public hearing continue. Okay. All right, we'll do that. Where am I with that?
You are still interested in hearing the applicant address the other issues tonight?
I thought they did. Her to speak, so we can tell them that.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a housekeeping issue, sorry. Yes.
Counselor, I appreciate what you said about CEQA requiring that we take a review of this document, but on another case of I'm not sure if there's a precedent, I have a ton of paper in front of me. I suppose it's argument. I have a ton of argument in front of me. I wouldn't want a device to be created where if you give us a ton of paper, we have to take time to study that paper. But what do I do in this current situation? The chair has asked me if I've read this, if I've read that. The fact is, no, I haven't read any of them yet. And would that by itself require us to pause, take a break, reflect, or read it?
No. Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
In answer to your question, when somebody submits a document at the last moment, particularly at a hearing, they're doing it at their own risk. What they're doing at that point is risking the possibility that you may never have the time to review that document. And that's, a choice. Sometimes it's not a choice that somebody wants to make. It may be a forced choice, but nevertheless, it's a choice. The public hearing process is somewhat draconian. But my sole concern is with documents that affect the environmental review process. If, as I said, substantial evidence in support of a fair argument is made, then you really have an obligation to do further study, or at least we have an obligation to do further study on behalf of the Commission before you can make a decision under the existing or supplemented environmental documents. So whether, and I think CEQA anticipates the possibility that evidence could come in the form of testimony during a public hearing, which means it necessarily does come in at the last moment. So we have to sort of fly by the seat of our pants under those circumstances. But with regard to other documentation, argument, letters, things that don't go to the CEQA question but may go to other issues, consider it if you can. But if you can't, it's, again, a risk assumed by the person submitting that evidence.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, Commissioners, I will continue the public hearing, and then I'll need a motion to, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
We shouldn't continue the public hearing while it's in progress. And if we decided that we're going to hear the applicant, when the applicant is through, then I think is the time we would consider continuing the public hearing.
Oh, I'm talking about just the one in front of us right now. I mean, I have a couple more speaker cards. No, I know that. Thank you. But thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate that. Okay. I have two more speakers, but I have one speaker card here that says applicant. So what I'd like to know is the applicant for this project of Linda Avenue and Stephanie Lane here, and would he raise his hand or she, and who is that? So, Aaron Gardner, you will be the applicant speaking on this project tonight, before we've heard from Mr. McElroy. Thank you. Okay, in that case, then, I have one other speaker card for 2 minutes, and that's from Andy Orion.
My name is Andrew Orion. I am at 15850 Loma Vista Avenue, which is just across the creek from the property being developed. Excuse me. I would simply like to invite the Commission, as well as the developer and all of the investors that are here to support the developer, to simply consider the benefits that would come from a proposal that puts the houses away from the creek. In other words, that does not have any houses backing up directly to the creek. And I'll just like to list 4 quick and concrete, tangible benefits that would come from such a proposal. First of all, it would minimize the risk of a CEQA challenge because the development would be away from the part of the property that is the most sensitive, which is the creek and the riparian corridor. Second of all, a plan that puts the houses away from the creek would minimize the risk of flooding. And I don't think that risk has been truly appreciated. When we bought our house from the previous owner 4 years ago, we walked across the wide backyard to the creek, and I asked him if the creek was ever an issue. And I was joking. I expected him to laugh because we were so far from the creek. He said, actually, I'm glad you asked, because in the about 10 years that I've had this property, the creek has overflown its bank 3 times and wiped out completely my fence. And the fence is a good 6 or 7 feet beyond the top of the creek bank. The third benefit would be that it would eliminate many of the issues that come up that are raised by the plan as it currently stands. For example, one issue is that can the developer define the riparian corridor in terms of the trees that he chooses to leave up on the property, as opposed to the trees that exist on the property before the corridor, before the development starts. So a plan that puts the houses away from the creek just eliminates many of those issues. And the fourth and final tangible benefit is that a plan that puts the houses away from the creek assures full compliance with all the town council ordinances that my fellow neighbors have read, and also with Los Gatos conservation policy in terms of, I'll finish my sentence, in terms of preserving open space, preserving the riparian corridor, and preserving heritage trees, and just sets a good precedent for the types of developments that you as the Planning Commission want to encourage moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? Yes, we do. Commissioner
Have
Mattici?
you ever discussed this with the applicant?
We tried to raise it at the one meeting that the applicant had. The applicant basically said he's not making any changes to the plan. It was take it or leave it as far as he is concerned.
Did you voice these comments, though? You said you tried. What did you say?
We asked him to develop a proposal that puts the houses away from the creek. He said that's a non-issue. That's a
Okay,
non-starter.
but you didn't point out these 4
I didn't get a
benefits.
chance to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Kane?
Madam Chair and Mr. Korb as well, during a study session, I think it was a study session a long time ago.
But we have a question. Do you have a question of the applicant?
Yes,
of the
I do.
speaker? Okay.
A lady from the audience came up and gave us, I think it was a lady from the audience, came up and gave us a design that she called Ross Creek and wanted us and the applicant and the people who were present to consider. And I was wondering if it would be appropriate to pass this to the speaker and ask him if he's ever seen it before. And more importantly, that as he is a part of his group, may or may not represent his group, would this be something that he's interested in, or what he's talking about right now when he says move the houses away from the creek? Is that acceptable?
Well, it's certainly appropriate to ask him if he's ever seen that particular document before, if you can identify it for the record.
This document has writing on it that says North Los Gatos, Almaden Road, Ross Creek.
It's a page of an assessor's parcel map.
And it says book 523, page 24 of an assessor's parcel map. This is not my design. I'm not designing from the dais, but it was given to us at the study session. I know I discussed it then. I think I brought it up at the first hearing. And I don't know, in lieu of this taking another 5 years, maybe this is something
Ask him if he's
people
familiar
could
with
be
it.
familiar with it.
Question there?
Is there a question there?
Have you seen this before?
Leave the wall.
Okay, would the minutes, would the record reflect that Commissioner Kane has given the speaker a parcel map of Ross Creek? And we're turning it on for the audience.
Fletcher?
doing over there? There we go. Okay, it's up.
Well, the question is he familiar with the document?
Okay, are you familiar with the document?
No, I'm not.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you have any other questions? I see none. Thank you very much. And the last speaker who will represent the Linda Avenue, Stephanie Lane project.
He's going to rebut item 1.
Okay. All right. That's Mr. McElroy. That'll be 2 minutes. Would you please fill out a speaker card?
Can we get this to shine up there? I have right here over 120 signatures, Los Gatton voters support this project. As you can see, over half of the adjoining property owners support this project. There's signatures here. I would like to ask, we have a few people in the audience. I wouldn't mind having a few of them stand up that support this project. This is not one-sided. This is not like everybody's against this thing.
Excuse me, just please go on and address the commission, please. Thank you.
Okay. The few that oppose it, I've answered a lot of the previous stuff in the booklet that you have, or we have pictures. It's kind of obvious why some of them oppose it. Waved to a couple today that were out in the middle of the creek on their deck having their coffee. It's pretty obvious why, they don't want fish and game inspectors there. It would not happen if they were in the town of Los Gatos. They are in the county. If you notice right here, the people that are against it, everyone's in the county. They want to come to our town and mess things up, stir it up and tell us how to run our town. But they don't want to be part of our town. Now, I know the council would be very upset with those kind of people. I'm kind of wondering, now that we have this report, how many scientists does it take to set a riparian? The answer in this case happens to be one. You've had Sandy just whipped up something, took her probably all day to do, a document from Fish and Game. They have accepted this proposal. They stated that our 10 feet, they only wanted 10 feet from the drip line of the remaining trees. That's what he stated. I didn't set this stuff. They said it. Do you think when they went to that...
Thank you. Would you please...
I will finish it up in 2 sentences. There's no common ground that we're going to get here. I would humbly ask that you get us to the point where we can make a vote.
Thank you.
That's all I ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? None. Thank you. Okay, with that, I will call Aaron Gardner. And also, I know we have, while he's getting to the podium, some of you are here, I know, for item number 3, and we hope to get to that tonight. So if you're there, hang on. Okay, Aaron Gardner.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry for speaking out of order earlier, and commissioners, I apologize. I hope you'll forgive me for that. It's an emotional topic. We've been here a long time. My family has been attacked. I've been attacked. I've spent enormous resources on this project. Respectfully, I want to tell your council that I've looked at hundreds of negative decks and mitigated neg decks from your side of the table, and I want to tell you that in most cases we receive last-minute red herrings like you have received tonight. They don't do that at their own risk. They do so to damage us. The person who submitted that report, I know, she didn't show tonight. She's not courageous enough to be here. She knows who I am. She knows who my wife is. She's not a licensed environmental scientist. This should be disallowed from the record, in my opinion. I want to say that in this case, we've proposed a unique environmentally friendly project. We have offered to restore creek habitat. We provide beautiful homes. We have pioneering green building methods. Commissioner Sayoc, I want to tell you that last time you brought up LEED certification, and we're prepared to implement that. I did talk to my partners about it, and we are ready to offer that as a condition for approval. Look, I don't want, you're a quasi-judicial board. It's a difficult decision. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I can't have unanimous support of the neighbors. Vice Chair Kane, you told us early on that you'd at least like to see it not be unanimous opposition, and it's not unanimous opposition anymore. We've worked very hard. We've made dozens of concessions. We've spent millions of dollars. That's not an underestimate. Please help us. We've been through a lot. At your direction, we've acted in good faith with the neighbors. It's been asked, gee, are you an attorney tonight? Actually, there are 4 of them that are attorneys, and we've had to deal with that all along. They've intimidated us. They've intimidated our supporters, and I am confident they're not going to intimidate you, but when they show up with red herrings and they show up confused at the end, they're messing with us, and they're continuing to damage us. Please don't let this continue. Every neighbor that we've been able to meet with has come to our support. All of them are Los Gatos residents. I only want to close with, and my wife sent you a letter saying the same thing. She's also an environmental scientist. We're both licensed, by the way. The people who are talking here tonight aren't allowed by the Consumer Affairs, aren't allowed by the state of California to even talk or write about these affairs. They're not licensed environmental scientists. Please, we ask you, don't continue this item. Don't defer this item. Don't ask for more changes. We've been through an awful lot. We have suffered severe financial consequences of our good faith efforts. We have endured public personal attacks, accusations, slanderous lies.
Can you please wrap up?
Vote. I will. Thank you, Madam Chair. We and our families now ask urgently for your urgently needed help. We appeal to your sense of justice to recognize this proposal that we've worked hard on and let us demonstrate how excellent this project is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parsons, did the applicant have 3 minutes? Yes. Thank you. Okay, that's what we're supposed to have. Okay, we have questions. Commissioner Sayoc, followed by Commissioner Machichi, followed by Commissioner McCain.
Mr. Garner, can you clarify how many neighborhood meetings have in fact taken place? Because I've heard one, but today you've alluded to several more.
Thank you, Commissioner Sayoc. We've had individual meetings with all of the people that you saw who support this project. We've had individual meetings with. We've had one public meeting. We've offered another public meeting. And I will say that the Engans, who are attorneys, and the Orions, who are attorneys, I have offered both of them on multiple occasions, not once, not twice, not even 3 times, 4 times each, to meet with them individually. They will not meet with me, and the reason that is, Commissioner Sayoc, is because they have control over our property. So long as they don't cooperate with us, they have control over our property, and that's what has happened here.
Okay. Please, audience. So your answer is that you've tried meeting with people and were turned down?
Yes. And Madam Chair, I'll add that after our last meeting, I walked out in the hallway and I offered to the entire group of people who have been banned from talking to us, I believe. I think they have been intimidated into not talking to us. I walked out there and said, any of you,
thank you.
I'm willing to meet with any of you. And the only one who came forward was Ms. Engen, okay. And she told me that she was not going to meet with us unless we decreased our number of lots to 3.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, no, I don't want to hear from the audience. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Machichi.
I understand the frustration and the contentiousness that's going on. However, let me ask you this, and I don't mean to frustrate you more with it.
I understand.
But if you were to compromise the riparian corridor, to some degree, I'm not suggesting you go to 100 feet or what impact would it have on the development?
We would basically have to start from scratch. And the reason I say that, Commissioner Machichi, is because we have been through a series of hoops that is almost unimaginable in terms of environmental clearance. This this development has been comprehensively designed to get to where we are with approvals of over a dozen agencies, including environmental approvals. Changing one boulder on one wall means that we have to go
Through that whole cycle again?
potentially through that whole cycle.
Even if you increase the riparian corridor?
Yes. And the thing I will mention as well is that when we finished this proposal was used as a model for the Joint Policy Commission and the collaborative of all 13 cities in this county for what a community development could look like that is ecologically sensitive and provides excellent community benefit. This was the model. This proposal. So these people who act like we should be ashamed, we should be proud of this proposal. My wife and I worked incredibly hard on this thing.
Thank you. Did
Thank you.
have your...
You answered my question.
Yes, you did. Okay. Commissioner Kane?
Just cutting right to it, Madam Chair, to the town attorney. Did the speaker say anything about this document to cause you to change your mind regarding a potential continuance?
No, he didn't. I understand and sympathize with his position. As I said before, my primary concern is to ensure that any decision made by the Commission is supported by the environmental documents. Where doubt is raised, I think it needs to be addressed.
What's the deal?
Vice Commissioner Kane, may I address this question? Do you mind?
That wouldn't help me any. I'm going to defer to the town attorney.
Okay.
And may I say that
Excuse
I
me.
understand.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sayoc, followed by Commissioner O'Donnell.
A question then for procedure. In terms of the technical discussion that should ensue, should we save that until after this additional study has been reviewed by staff? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would think that would help us with the consistency. Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is not a question of the applicant. It's, again, just another question to Mr. Korb. I guess I am troubled by the concept that one can submit at literally the last moment a document that you have no chance to digest. You listen to all the speakers, as far as I know, raise the same subjects. No qualifications are in this report except the person holds a certificate as an arborist. And the suggestion is it doesn't make any difference. Sight unseen, somebody's name is a certified arborist, and therefore that means we should go back and delay. It would seem to me that if a significant question is raised at the hearing, that one would have to reconsider. I can understand it. And I'm not quarreling with you, but it just strikes me as a blueprint for chaos, because what prevents another document being submitted by another arborist at the next meeting? Is it just one of get your reports in at the last minute before anybody can read them, and you're always guaranteed of an extension?
No, you're not always guaranteed of an extension, but we did, as quickly as we could, review the document. There are a number of very substantial points raised in the document that we feel we need to evaluate and address to ensure that there are not problems with the recommended mitigated negative deck. I agree that the person who submitted this report is not a certified environmental engineer. However, I've had a situation in a lawsuit against the town in the past on CEQA, and I've discussed this with staff recently, it goes back a number of years, where somebody who was not a certified traffic engineer, as a matter of fact, he was a layperson, submitted testimony, very detailed testimony regarding traffic impacts in his own neighborhood, something that he was considered to be very knowledgeable of, and he was qualified as an expert in opposition to the testimony of a traffic engineer, and that ultimately invalidated a project approval. So I am concerned, but at the same time, the mere fact that not all of the qualifications are there doesn't mitigate against the impact of the report.
Follow up?
Yes, you may, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I am not even questioning the substance because I don't know enough. What I'm really saying is, had this come in 2 hours after the meeting, the substance would have been the same. A decision would have been made. But we're saying if it comes in immediately prior to a decision, so calculated that one cannot consider it, then that makes a difference. And I guess that's where I have the problem. Not as to the substance, because Lord knows what the substance is. I'm just not familiar with the case that says you can deposit a report when it is impossible of consideration and have the staff quickly thumb through it and advise the decision makers that based upon their quick perusal, maybe there's some questions there. But if that's your opinion, I won't argue with it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the case either. I'm just familiar with the low threshold that's placed on, whether, a reasonable, fair argument has been made. It's a very low standard. This is the first time it's happened in this situation, in this case. I would think that if this study, this additional, evaluation comes back in the negative and staff is comfortable recommending the mitigated negative deck in its current form, and it happens again, I'm sure that the commission is going to, take any advice I give with a grain of salt under those circumstances, because I think that you'll recognize, as you're suggesting, that now it's game playing. And once it becomes game playing as opposed to evidence, then maybe at that point you'll go on and take the risk. But this is the first time it's happened here. Let us address it, and address it quickly, and report back to the commission.
Mr. Suda.
And let me just comment, not to the legal aspect, but...
Oh, wait, let me interrupt you. Do we have any more questions of the speaker, the applicant? No.
We may have it after these comments.
Okay. All right. Do you mind?
Again, I'm not going to comment to the legal aspect, but I did take a look at the document quickly while the public hearing was open. I did note the fact that this person is a certified arborist, not qualified as a biologist, as far as I can tell, or an environmental scientist. However, I'd looked at the content of the document quickly. There are a number of points raised in the document that I believe we need to read thoroughly. We need to research them and determine whether they are credible or not. So Ori and I did talk about this, and I concur with his recommendation to you.
Thank you for that. I'd rather be on the conservative side. Commissioner Rice.
Sorry to belabor the point, but the report that we were given is labeled draft, which would lead me to believe that they plan on submitting a final document or something like that.
Well, I believe that on the inside, Mr. Korb said it does say final draft. It says final draft.
Does it say final? Because I haven't had a chance to go through it, so I'm...
And Commissioner O'Donnell,
Procedural question.
A procedural question. Okay.
That is this, that had the opponents raised issues tonight, the applicant could have responded. By submitting this document so that nobody knows what it says, are we to say, therefore, that the applicant cannot respond before a consideration is made by staff? That's a decided advantage if that's the way you play the game.
Let me make another suggestion to the commission. Let me simply say, at this point, you have said previously that you would entertain additional testimony regarding these environmental documents. If you were to close the public hearing tonight and continue the matter for report back from staff regarding the environmental documents and any supplementation that may be required, and then decision, then no further evidence at that point can be submitted.
Well, all I'm saying is, since staff now will consider what is in essence at least an argument, and it may even be factual, it may be scientific opinion, in a vacuum, I mean, it's totally contrary to the procedures we always follow, where the proponent gets to know what is being said so they can respond. In this instance, we're saying the city, will look at this, come up with its own conclusion, and then let you make an argument. That, to me, is putting the cart before the horse. So I guess all I'm saying is, I would think that if, for example, we were to continue this, let's pick a number, for 2 weeks or a month or whatever it is, it might be wise to at least allow the applicant some reasonable period of time to read this and to submit something in writing so that at the same time you consider this, you consider that.
You can do that. There's nothing that stops the applicant from submitting additional evidence if you continue the public hearing. The only reason I was suggesting that option is to address the additional concern raised about the possibility of somebody trying to do it again.
That's fine. I just want to keep the sense of fair play if we can.
You can continue the public hearing for the sole purpose of receiving information concerning this additional environmental document, the staff's report, and any response from the proponent of the project, and not take any further testimony.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions of this applicant? No. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I make a closing comment?
I would rather you wouldn't, if you don't mind.
I have
Thank
one more
you very
question.
much.
I have one more question.
You have one more question.
What is your
Okay.
closing comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Machici. Simply that I'll rescind my request to decide tonight. I'll defer to the expertise of your counsel and say that I understand you need to follow Mr. Korb's advice in such a situation. There have been other last-minute submittals by the opposition. There will be likely more as long as this happens. I like the option he laid out for you. I respect that you need to give it due consideration. We're desperate. We're dying financially.
Thank you.
Help us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to look for a motion for continuance for the express purpose of continuing the public hearing for environmental impacts, any comments about it or whatever, and secret documents. Did I leave something out, Mr. Korb?
Is it the chair's intent to allow further testimony with regard to the environmental documents?
Yes.
You do want to allow further testimony? You do want to entertain additional evidence?
Additional evidence just in this narrow environmental area. Is that what you would advise? Let me ask you that.
No.
Well, again, what I was suggesting,
No, ask the commission.
Previously, and I'll leave it for any member of the commission to adopt it as a motion if you choose, is that you continue the public hearing for the sole purpose of allowing staff to evaluate and report back to the commission regarding the additional environmental documentation submitted tonight, which I've previously referred to.
Right.
And any supplementation required, if any, of the negative deck that is currently proposed, and any response to this environmental document that the proponent may wish to submit, that those would be the sole reasons for continuing the public hearing to accept that additional information, and that the public hearing would thereafter be closed, and the matter would be debated and ultimately decided by the commission.
Okay. And I have 3 hands up, and I'm going to go right down the line here. Commissioner Kane, Commissioner Sayoc, Commissioner Rice.
I'd like to second that motion unless you want me to repeat it.
You can make it by adopting.
I make it by adopting that we continue the meeting with the sole purpose of allowing staff to evaluate and report back, and everything else you said.
And, okay, we have a motion on the floor. Commissioner O'Donnell, wait a minute.
I have a...
Can I ask?
That's not the motion as I understood it, and I want to make sure we get this right, because what I heard Attorney Korb tell us was that, yes, it would be continued for that limited purpose, but I also understood you to say that the applicant could, in fact, respond. So it seems to me that in the motion, what we have to say is, if we're going to continue it, we ought to pick a date certain, and we ought to pick a date in which, I mean, if they're going to respond, they ought to have a time limit, because the staff is going to need some unfettered time when they have everybody's position on the environmental issues, that they can come up with a staff report. So I'm just suggesting that it be tailored for that purpose.
Okay. Sure. Well, the continuance date was a separate motion. I would have made it to 9/11, 9/12.
It's the response time I'm talking about, too.
Okay.
The next meeting. I don't want to delay it any further.
Response of the applicant to
We need
this.
First of all, I'm going to have to ask the staff how much time they think they're going to need.
The reports for the...
Then I will ask the applicant as well.
We would recommend a continuance to September 26th. The reports for the next meeting are already drafted.
Okay.
So we couldn't
you hear
turn
that,
that report
Commissioners?
around.
Did you hear that, Commissioners? Yes. Would you please repeat that, Mr. Suda?
We would recommend that the item be continued to September 26th. The reports for the next meeting are already drafted and are in review.
That's what I was going to think. Okay, so, wait a minute.
So,
Are these,
sorry.
are these questions or is someone going to second? We have a motion on the floor, and we either need a second for it.
I'll give you a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a second.
I got a second from Commissioner O'Donnell. All right.
Okay.
Now we can go. Commissioner Sayoc, followed by Commissioner Rice. Did you still want to speak?
No, I'll defer to Commissioner Machici.
Okay, and then Commissioner Machici. Thank you.
I still have several technical questions that need to be answered, whether it be by the applicant or by our own environmental consultant. If we were to close the public hearing, does that mean that I can't get those questions answered?
I would suggest that if you have them, in fact, they were supposed to be here tonight. Were they here tonight? Do you want to ask them tonight or bring them all back up at the same time?
You could ask tonight, or you can, again, my understanding of the motion is that staff would be reporting back regarding the environmental documents. Staff includes the consultants that staff has hired, so if you have any questions of staff, including the consulting assistance to staff on the environmental matters, that I think you'd be able to ask those questions at the next meeting, but
Right.
that would be it.
I think that would be a better way to do it in case there's information you don't know. Okay, Commissioner Machici.
Hearing the frustration of delays and so forth, delaying this another month seems to me, inconsistent with helping out this whole situation. Is it possible, sir, that a special meeting could be held, and as long as we announce it, as long as the commission is willing to do it, at the time that you could be ready for it, and not to conflict with the next formal meeting?
Or could I add on to that, either we could meet earlier or on that, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
While I agree with the sentiments of that, the problem is we're expecting the staff and the consultants to do some work. And we're also expecting to give the applicant an opportunity to submit something. So let's assume for the moment that you continue it for 3 weeks, and let's further assume that you give the applicant a week to respond. You then are giving the staff and the consultants less than 2 weeks because they got to get in the package when it gets to us. So I think that while haste is a wonderful thing, it isn't wonderful if you don't give your people enough time to do a good job. And therefore, I think the September 26th, in light of the things we're talking about doing, is not an unreasonable time, and I don't think we do any benefit for anybody by doing things too quickly to do them well.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting, may I respond to that?
Yes,
I'm not
you may.
suggesting we do them in haste or too quickly. I would ask if it could be done in a faster time, understanding how the subject. So how much time would staff need to review this?
I regard the 9/26 date as the soonest date possible.
Fine, then that answers my question.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask the applicant if that would also be sufficient time for you to hopefully respond to.
Well, they got to respond soon. So when can they, as soon as they can respond?
Madam Chair, are we only responding to the written report that is filed here at that date?
Yes.
Because I can look at the qualifications in that report and what she has reviewed and tell you that I can respond to it tomorrow.
Okay, well, then so the September 26th would work for you?
It's fine, and if we need till September 26th, I would rather not wait till then, but if we need it in order to do your due diligence, then I understand. That night, I am doing a greenhouse gas emissions inventory workshop for the Bay Area. I'm not going to be able to be here that night. If you can do it earlier in the day, I'd appreciate it.
Earlier in the day.
Or the day before or the day after, I don't know.
So that would be a special meeting. I don't think.
I'm hosting it,
really,
unfortunately.
Yes, I think that's really too hard. You do have a team, though, of that you work with on
Yes,
this application?
maybe I can get my wife to be here. She's a licensed environmental scientist. Thank you.
or someone else?
We'll take it. The
Okay.
26th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioners, we have a motion on the floor, and I bet we have a question or comment. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I still have not heard, I think we need a date by which the applicant, it's all well and good that he could comment by tomorrow, but I don't believe I'm going to see a written comment tomorrow. I would like to have a date in this motion that says the applicant shall be allowed, and since he can do it in a day, let's give him a week. And therefore, if he's going to submit anything, it's got to be submitted on or before a week from this date. That then gives the staff the balance of the time. I'd just like to get that in there so we don't run into this timing problem again.
Okay,
Maker
I
of the
would
motion agrees.
agree with that. Maker of the motion agrees. How about the seconder? Well,
I
I guess
agree.
you do. All right, so, Commissioners, are you ready to make a vote? Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the question and not, if you don't mind, repeat the motion. I think we remember it, unless you want it repeated. Okay, why don't you go? No one wants it.
Nobody wants it. We got it.
All right, we got it. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, motion carries 6-0.
And for those in the audience, the public hearing on this matter has been continued to September 26, 2007, for the sole purpose of allowing staff to review and report back to the Commission regarding the additional environmental documentation provided tonight by the opponents of the project, and to allow the project proponent to submit a response to that document, that response being due 1 week from today. Is that correct? 1 week from today. And no further notice will be mailed regarding the continued public hearing.
Thank you all for your patience and your participation tonight on that project, and maybe we'll see you back on the 26th. In the meantime, we do have one other agenda item, and we need to take a 5-minute break. If you would please give us that time, and we will see you back here, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioners, you have a break. Okay, I call the public hearing back to order. Actually, I call the Planning Commission back to order. Excuse me. The hour is late, ladies and gentlemen, and we'd like to get on our way. Oh, yes, we're going to wait a minute for staff. Okay, with that, I'm going to introduce this project that is before us. Okay, and this is a 275 Los Gatos Saratoga Road architecture and site application S-07-158 requesting approval to construct a new commercial building on property zone C2. APN 510-14-076. Property owner is Chevron USA, applicant Chris Blackwell. Okay, and with that, I see Chris is here. Chris, did you fill out Mr. Blackwell, did you fill out a card?
No, I'm Chris Spalding, the architect.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Blackwell is here, but I'll be speaking.
Are you speaking?
As the applicant, yeah.
Okay. Then would you please
Chris
fill out
Spalding, architect, 801 Community Street.
And you will fill out a card?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a commercial building to replace the old Chevron station. And
Oh, you know what? I'm going to ask you just to wait 30 seconds. Okay, we have staff back. Are we waiting for Randy? Okay. And welcome back, Commissioner Bourgeois. Okay, Mr. Spalding.
Okay, so this is a commercial building to replace the old Chevron station. And the idea was to do a quasi-historic storefront building that trying to keep it so that it affected the neighbors as little as possible. So the first decision was to keep all the parking on site, because we thought one of the largest impacts on the neighborhood would be if we didn't provide enough parking. And this building comes with 29 spaces in the parking district, none of which we're using. Also, by keeping all the parking on site, it meant the building's a lot smaller than it could have been. The building we have designed here is only 3,745 square feet. It could have been 8,600. I know also there's some complaints about the height. At the highest, it's 25 feet. For the most part, it's 19. And it could have been up to 45 per the zoning rules. So anyway, we set the building, the location we put it, we thought would be best when you first come down Los Gatos Saratoga Road from Saratoga into town. We thought if we put it kind of blocking the Shell station and with the parking on the Masal side with a nice large landscape buffer between the corner and the parking, that would set the bulk of the building back. It doesn't hide the view of the mountains as you drive down the street or walk down the street. It does conceal the Shell station. We thought that was a nice aspect. The developer, Chris Blackwell, was very concerned about having the parking in such a way that it wasn't a security hazard, that it was located in such a way that people wouldn't be forced to back out of it into traffic onto Los Gatos Saratoga Road, and that the building was a versatile one that could, he doesn't have a tenant yet, but one that could use many different types of tenants. So that was the plan. That's what we've designed so far. Any questions?
Commissioners, before I ask for any questions, I do want to, I forgot, we do have a desk item on this, and did you all see it? And if you did not, would you like a few minutes? Everybody saw it? Nod of the heads. Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have any questions of the speaker? Okay, Mr. Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Spaulding, I heard what you said, and I appreciate your intentions. And I wouldn't have had a question, and then you said something, and now I do have a question. You said the building doesn't hide the hills. I've walked around the building. I've stood on Masal in 3 different locations. I've driven around the building, and it does hide the hills. So according to the story polls. So what do I do with that?
Well, if you stand on the corner of Masal and Saratoga Los Gatos Road on the west side of the corner, it doesn't block the hills. If you stand at our parking lot, it does. But as you drive down and you first see the building, it doesn't block the hills.
Okay.
So, of course, as you get closer to it, it will start to block the hills.
I'm just talking about driving down Masal, heading north. Just one of the things I was concerned about, how much
on Masal, I was talking about Los Gatos Saratoga Road. On Masal, it might block the...
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Hi. You also did the design for the plumbing supply store in University?
Done plumbing supply.
Is that correct?
Just recently did the renovation of Napa-style building.
Okay.
Icing on the cake.
Because when I look at the design, it looks similar.
It's similar.
To the plumbing supply building.
Similar.
And I remember when you were here before us for that, which I think is a beautiful building, and it's in very nice context on University Avenue. But I remember when you were describing how you came up with that design at that location is because it was kind of a pseudo warehouse. You know, you wanted to really blend into that quasi-industrial stretch of University. And so I see a similar design, but in a very different context. And so could you explain to me how you feel that design fits into the context of that location next to a residential area?
Well, I wouldn't say the context is a residential area. It's the context of that building is a gas station on one side, a laundry across the street, liquor store, restaurants, the realty offices. That's the context of this building. It's separated from the residential by a 6-foot concrete block wall and a row of trees. So we weren't really we weren't trying to make this look like a residential building.
But that context, again, I think is, so you're just worried about the visual context up and down the Highway 9 corridor. Was your primary design consideration?
Yeah, and for the residential, we were worried about that, the immediate neighbors right across from us and the people, how they'd be affected down the block was more the parking impact. And the immediate neighbor is in support of this.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that. What do you consider across the street from this one, this building that you've proposed here, what do you consider on the opposite block of Masal, right across the street?
Offices.
Okay, and do you think that there should be a compatibility with that? I'm talking about the building. I'm talking about the architecture.
Well, my client didn't care for that type of building.
Okay. But I do have another question. Can I just do this and then...
Can I add that we were trying to do a building that might serve as retail also?
So could I just ask where I'm standing when I'm looking at this building?
That's from the intersection of Masal and Los Gatos Saratoga Road.
Okay. Thank you. Let the record show that I held up the illustration of the building. Thank you. Do we have any other questions at this time, Commissioners? None. Thank you. Okay, we'll call you back up, though. All right, I do have speaker cards on this, and thank you for your patience in waiting so long. We'll try to accommodate you. You will have 3 minutes, not 2. William J. Kashub, followed by, I'm going to call you out maybe 4 at a time so you can be prepared, followed by Teddy Yerozurek. Did I say that right? Robert Muscat, and then followed by Will Hood. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
You want to state your name and adjust the mic.
My name is
My name is William J. Kashub, and I live at 320 Massall Avenue on the southeast corner of Massall and Almendra, one block in from the old where the old Chevron station used to be. You have a copy, I believe, of what I am saying, and I will, in the interest of time, not read any of the stuff that's indented.
Excuse me, where it's being passed out to us now. Would the record state that?
Could you, when you have it, could you start the clock again?
Yes, we can do that.
I've watched you play MomoCop
I want to
on
be
that
fair.
clock.
Is this a secret document?
This is not a secret. This is a
No.
secret document.
Because I don't like this last name.
And Mr. Kane, there's no river.
There's no river running through it.
I appear to oppose the building proposed for the Chevron site. I think the proposed building is a bad building in the wrong place, and it cannot and should not be saved. The first section of the report of the Planning Commission, dated August 16th, lists what ends up being the most important neighborhood used by the staff to recommend approval of the proposed building. And those are the 5 things that are listed in that paragraph and do not constitute a neighborhood as far as I'm concerned. In my own way, I will spend my time primarily on the first full paragraph of page 3 in the report dated August 16th, 2007. In these 3 declarative sentences, the staff unilaterally and with no discussion seeks to sweep away the key arguments against the proposed building itself. This is disrespectful to the residents of the affected neighborhood and arguably illegal on its face. The office buildings on the west of Massall and down both sides of Route 9 to the intersection of Santa Cruz Boulevard do have a predominant design style. They are low-slung, gabled, a mix of stucco and wood, and face out to Route 9. More importantly, they do not want to be seen. The statement regarding no predominant architectural style could apply to much of the proposed new commercial development in Los Gatos and may be technically correct, but it cannot be used to allow developers to do whatever they want. It is up to the staff to make certain it goes deeper into its examination of the proposed buildings to figure out what would fit the design features of the affected neighborhoods. I've suggested what they are with this proposed building: low-slung, gabled, a mix of stucco and wood, and facing out to Route 9. The report also says the building is sensitive to the surrounding residential neighborhood. Sensitive? It is not. It is one step from the commercial Chevron lot over to the only part of Los Gatos carrying the historic designation, Almond Grove Historic District. The houses in Almond Grove are, you guessed it, low-slung, mostly gabled, and mostly a mix of stucco and wood. The proposed building assaults the design features of the commercial and residential neighborhoods. It is big glass, big brick, big metal, frosted with an unsightly but trendy parapet. It does not face out to Route 9. Looks like a strip mall turned sideways and would be a startling building to face as you come down the hill from Saratoga. Residents and visitors alike will mutter, "How did this happen?" It is not a Hollywood dome, but is nevertheless a similar assault. This proposed building would represent a new style for the section of Route 9. If approved, you are opening up the door for more. Is that what you really want? Will it be another horse out of the barn that the town will have to adopt controls for long after the damage is done? Finally, there is the matter of one neighbor said to be supportive of the proposed building.
Okay. Go ahead and wrap up. You're almost there.
He has lived in the neighborhood for about 3 months, is a developer himself, and hardly yet in a position to speak in an unbiased way for the greater neighborhood of Almond Grove. There is nothing before the commission in writing, and that part of the report should be ignored. In any event, the neighborhood goes deeper, and you will hear just how deep as real neighbors come before you tonight. Most share our view. It's a bad building in the wrong place and cannot and should not be saved.
Thank you. I let you go 35 seconds more. Do we have any questions of this speaker? We have a question. Mr. Kashub, would you please come back to the microphone?
Yes. Mr. Kane?
Yes, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kane, I was looking down at this. Sorry.
Mr. Kashu, your letter's good, your presentation is good. I'm clear on what you don't want. What do you want? Somebody's bought that property, something's going to happen to it. Do you want the building to turn on its axis, the parking facing Highway 9, so that the building is up against...
Why don't we let him answer it, the question?
Because I haven't finished it.
One of your questions.
You're asking him multiple questions.
He can handle it.
Okay, well...
All right, I'll stop.
No, I've tried to indicate what I think would be acceptable, and that is something that would blend in to the existing buildings that go along both sides of Route 9, all the way down to the Chevron station and to the Postal Mate. They are not all office buildings, but they are all low-slung, and they all have the building materials and the characteristics that are similar to what are in the neighborhood of Almond Grove. That's the kind of building I think is appropriate. As to what exactly it looks like, I don't have that answer.
Do you have a follow-up, Commissioner Kane?
Did you meet with the applicant? Did he request a meeting? Did you request a meeting?
I met with him once when he circled back after he had read our letter that was in the file. He also called and wanted to meet again. I found the discussions with the planning department and Mr. Blackwell very defensive and basically standing ground, not having any flexibility, and basically the conversations I didn't find productive because there didn't appear to be any wiggle room in this particular building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You took my question. Any other questions? None. Thank you very much. And the next speaker, please come forward and state your name.
Yes, I'm Teddy.
Do we have another handout?
Yes, it's short. I'm Teddy Urosek and live at 50 Ellenwood, which is the residential area connected to the subject property or in that area. The letter that I'm giving you, I have 7 points there, and I wanted to just briefly go over 4 of the 7. The property on Masole derives some of its value from the fact that it's associated with the quaint Los Gatos downtown area. Because of that, the developer has an obligation to return in kind, if you will, that kind of a building. Therefore, he should also make a quaint, old town type building, not a modern structure which fit very well over on University Avenue, but does not fit well where we are talking about. Number 2 point, longevity of mistakes. If we make a mistake, we live with it. If it's bad and it's ugly and it's big now, or not ugly, modern, it will be that way in 20 years. These things don't go better. We're always looking at them, and they always remain the same. We don't get used to them. Point down below is precedence. In future development, if we put this through now, then it will be cited by other buildings. Well, you know, we're matching that architecture, and we're just that's just growing, and we're just laying the groundwork for more modern buildings in our very old town, very quaint Los Gatos environment. And the last point on the next page is good examples. You asked about, well, what kind of building do we want? There are examples around. At the intersection of University and Highway 9, we have the Spanish building on one side, which was a very awkward piece of property to develop. And they, in fact, I ended up putting the parking down below. And then we have the Victorian on the other side, both properties being very nice looking, and they put the parking behind. You can do something besides just replicating some box and saying, oh, this is an easy thing to do. We'll replicate it over here, and we'll stick the parking in front. I understand it's quick and it's cheaper than putting in the time and the development. But we have lots of examples in Los Gatos. We have Old Town. We have the buildings that just went on Main Street are better than this, that have some character to it, some thought, some effort. So anyway, as a 28-year resident that we won't move because the town is quaint and charming. I ask you to please send it back to the drawing board and say, come to us with something with a little character.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of this speaker? I do have one. Did you meet with the developer, Mr.
No,
Blackwell?
I was not at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Robert Muscat.
Good evening. Mine's a little shorter. So I'm Robert Muscat, 155 Masole Avenue. I live in a 100-year-old home about 2 blocks from the subject property. One of the defining characteristics of our neighborhood is the large number of mature trees. I'm concerned about the visual impact of a large, flat front edifice, and ask that, as well as architectural changes brought up by others, and I'm sure that you'll hear more about it tonight, that the builder increase the amount of overall greenery to include at least 2 more large trees along the Masole side. I think this more closely matches his neighbor to the west, on the west side of Masole, and certainly more closely matches the historic neighborhood that doesn't have a whole lot of in-your-face architecture and does have a whole lot more of a green, mature feel to it. And that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a question of this speaker? No. Seeing none, thank you. Okay, Will Hood, followed by Lanny Brown, followed by Paul Shepard, followed by Lynn Bartz.
Good evening. My name is Will Hood, and I live on 315 Masole. It's about a block and a half back of where the stated building is being planned. You do have an August 13th letter that you should have in your packet, and I have 3 items that I would like to discuss. And one of the things is basically the high-profile, modern-look architecture that everybody else has set the same way just doesn't seem to fit into the gateway for the Almond Grove neighborhood. If every house, virtually any house that's modified or changed in the Almond Grove neighborhood has to have some approval, I guess, by the Historic Commission, how about the building that is providing a gateway to the Almond Grove neighborhood? Does that have to have approval by the Historic Commission? I'm not sure. That's a question I'm asking you. And basically, if it does, that's not a historic-looking building. The other thing is basically in my letter, as I mentioned, number 2 is basically the landscaping. I think as you drive into Masole, on the right-hand side, opposite the building that's being put up, there's a building there. It's not seen. There's a parking lot. You don't see any cars because there are trees and there are high bushes. I think some consideration should be done the same way on the other side so that as you drive in, you wouldn't see the parking lot. You would see basically high bushes and trees. And I think that would help considerably with the landscaping and meet some of the requirements that you people have put on to make it an easy entry into the neighborhood. The other thing that I want to bring up, and it's a personal situation that I've seen, and I don't know what you can do about it, but the traffic. The traffic, that's a very poor traffic area. Now, I know putting in this building is not going to be as bad as a Chevron station, but when you look and understand what happens there, basically people will make U-turns on Masole. You can't make a U-turn on Highway 9 coming up, but you can make a U-turn on Masole. And what people would do is come cross the barrier and use the large open Chevron parking lot to make the U-turn. While I was viewing the site with a couple of neighbors, in a 20-minute period, 2 U-turns were made on Masole. 2 U-turns crossing those barriers. The other night I came back from a meeting at around 9 o'clock, and there was a car coming off of Highway 9 making a left-hand turn into Masole, and he stopped and made a U-turn crossing the barrier. Something should be done about that. That's going to be a very dangerous situation, because with the new property, you're not going to be able to make a U-turn through that parking lot. So I think those are the considerations should be given. Having been a 25-year neighbor of the area, I hope you will take these into consideration. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Did you meet with the developer?
No, we were out of town.
Okay, and could I ask you, do you have a thought for what would help this U-turn problem?
Say that, U-turn?
U-turn.
Yeah, I think you've got to put a sign.
This is coming off of Highway 9, right?
Yeah, when you come on Masole, people are making U-turns because it's just a very low barrier. You can cross it. So I think what we got to do is put maybe higher barriers. Don't make a U-turn on Massaul. Have to go around Alamendra and go around the square.
Okay.
Because it's very dangerous, especially with people coming off of Highway 9.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Kane has a question.
In response to your question, I guess my
Oh,
question
I
is,
forgot.
did you know that the historic guidelines don't apply to this property?
No, I didn't know that.
Property is zoned C2. What does apply? Did you know? What does apply are the commercial design guidelines, in addition to the general plan.
Okay.
But not the historic.
Okay, so we just ask you consider it look a little bit more historic. Thank you.
Commissioner Kane, thank you. I forgot to answer that question. You did. You did a great job. Okay, Lanny Brown.
Hi, my name is Lonnie Brown, and I have lived on Massall Avenue in the middle block for 47 years, since I was 10. I have watched this neighborhood mature in those years. I have seen my parents and neighbors fight for the peaceful and serene atmosphere of the now Almond Grove district of Los Gatos. In 1963, a man named Duncan built some very ugly apartments on the front of his lot where there originally was a garden. At that point, the neighborhood was up in arms, and the building and zoning codes were changed so this could never happen again. I have watched my family and neighbors fight for our trees on Massall because at one time the town planner said that our trees were all dying. They are still alive and they're still there. We fought for stop signs because our pets were being run over by cars going too fast. We fought for police in our neighborhood to pass out tickets to people who were using Massall as a race strip. We now face another fight to keep our residents safe while trying to turn on and off of Massall from Highway 9 and also trying to cross Highway 9 in the crosswalk at the corner of Massall. My daughter and I were walking across Highway 9 one evening when a yellow Camaro coming up from, the main intersection, he was approaching at a high rate of speed, and if I hadn't reached up and pulled my daughter back, my daughter would be dead today. I was also a victim of someone making an illegal U-turn, and while he was in the process of making the illegal U-turn, instead of looking behind him to see if anybody was behind him, he just slammed his truck into reverse and backed up and smashed in the driver's side of my car, causing $3,800 worth of damage and throwing me into total shock. I have twice been hit while riding my bicycle in that area, and I have called the police on many occasions to complain about not being able to cross the street because people just won't stop. I have considered calling Channel 4 and talking to Stanley Roberts about people behaving badly and having him come to Los Gatos and set up his camera crew at that intersection and show it on the news that people really need to stop for pedestrians and be considerate of the people that want to walk around or ride their bikes in this town. And anyway...
Thank you very much. And is that it? All right, wait a minute. Do we have any questions for the speaker? I see a question here. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I appreciate the difficulties of that intersection. I lived there for a few years and know the intersection very well. Now, how do you feel that this project is going to affect? I mean, we understand your concerns about that intersection. What's before us, though, is we're going from a gas station, which has a high turnover, to something office retail with probably a little bit more regular episodic traffic events. How do you feel this project is going to improve or worsen the traffic situation at the intersection?
I personally think it's going to be worse because when you have a gas station, people generally, because I used to go to the gas station a lot because I knew people that worked there and dreaded me. I'm a smoker and I used to buy my cigarettes there. But people come down the hill They pull into the gas station. They don't make illegal U-turns to get there. You know, they go in, they get their gas, they go out. They go with the flow of traffic. There was never a problem that had to do with the gas station. We also fought, they wanted to put in a mini mart kind of thing at the Chevron. And the neighborhood said, oh, no, 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 because then that may have caused a traffic problem because people would be stopping for longer period of time to do little shopping instead of just getting their gas, buying a pack of cigarettes, and leaving. Now, if you have a business in there where people are coming and going, I mean, there's going to be more confusion at that intersection with people coming and going. And it's already a death trap in I mean, I could have gotten killed that day.
Thank you. Did you have your question answered? Thank you. I do have I'm going to just go ahead and come up, Mr. Paul Shepard. Yeah. I have a question of Mr. Parsons on that. And I know that is I've seen it, the U-turn. So my question for you is if Public Works has done an evaluation of that area?
Yeah.
Do you know?
We've had recently neighbors come in and talk to us about that issue of the U-turns. The traffic engineer is going out at various times of the day, various times of the week to observe it, and he's working with the town engineer on various solutions for it. I haven't followed up recently to see specifically what, but this project is reducing the amount of traffic going to that corner dramatically.
Right.
And there's also a Highway 9 project that's going on all the way between Los Gatos and Saratoga that's also further addressing the pedestrian crossing of Highway 9. You know, we know that's an issue. We've been out taking counts at all times a day of the number of pedestrians out there. Right. And the traffic engineer did look at this project. He did look at various ways of modifying the pedestrian crossing across Massaul and chose to take alternate routes to correct the problem that are tied to the Highway 9 improvements, and we didn't want to tie them to this project. It didn't make sense to them.
Okay,
So.
well, that's good to know. Would one of those improvements for that area for Massaul, was it, instead of right now they have the little bumps, I don't even know what you call them, was it maybe to put in a planter or, tree, a raised area that actually had trees or some kind of, I don't even know what, but you know what I'm saying? Something that's
his first choice is to try and keep people from going in the neighborhood at all.
Oh.
And wanting to make that U-turn. His fear is that they're going to be coming through this parking lot and going through rather than making the U-turn in the street. They're going to go through the parking lot. There's a lot of things that he's working on, but it's on the radar, and it's definitely being addressed.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Shepard.
Yeah, Paul Shepard, 135 Tate Avenue. This is an unusual position because I've been in building and developing all my life, and here I'm standing up complaining about to the Planning Commission. But I do want to thank all of you for the time. I did my time on a Planning Commission many years ago, and it's a thankless job, as it was evidenced here tonight. I think the architect and the staff clearly identified the issue here, and the issue is, to what neighborhood should this property conform and be consistent with? And the architect stated, hey, all I looked at was Route 9. What goes on with those poor folks in those houses is their business. I'm not concerned. Now, your staff report is just as deficient. It states very clearly staff went out and looked at the site and the rest of Route 9. It never even mentioned going into the neighborhood. So here we have a clear issue with the developer, his architect, and staff saying, well, you folks can go do it, whatever you want to do, but we're not going to concern ourselves. I ask you to please consider that neighborhood. I know at least one of you is in it once a week, because Phil goes to St. Mary's. I don't know about your others. Commissioner Keene went out and looked at the site. If something can be done there, I'm not against the building there, but let's have something. The outstanding characteristics of Almond Grove are twofold. I would say it's wood frame construction and the tree canopy that comes out over the streets.
Those are the things that make that neighborhood. And I don't see why the town can't insist that that be observed on that corner. Now, frankly, if I were Chevron, I'd go buy the Shell site and have a piece of property I could really do something with, rather than monkeying around with this puny little site. As a builder, I found the argument about the parking so specious that it's laughable. They've got to accommodate the parking on the site. There's no place on the street that any tenant could park. I mean, if you're going to try to run a retail business or any kind of business out of that, there's no place to park. Masal has no parking. Route 9 has no parking, so you're parking a block and a half away. That's really wonderful when you got a vacant building trying to find a tenant. I think even Chevron could figure that out. They're not famous for being very successful in the real estate business because they do very well in gas, and that's fine. I would, as I say, I'm not opposed to something happening on the site. I just like to see it not be a disturbance to the neighborhood and what the neighborhood that we all have there and that the town benefits from having. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions of this applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Pardon me? Okay, I hope I have this right. Lynn Bartz?
Oh, I'm a short person. Hi, I'm Lynn. I live directly behind the property that was until recently the home of a Chevron gas station for 50 years. Whatever structure you eventually approve to reside on this property will most likely be there for at least the next 50 years, a span of time that will include the rest of my life. I have many of the same concerns that you've heard or will still hear from my neighbors here tonight, so I'm not going to repeat them in detail. I think most of us, though, in addition to having other concerns, are afraid that if you approve of the project as currently proposed, we may end up with a structure that is an inappropriate eyesore for our historical neighborhood and the inconspicuous commercial structures that border it. I would just like to strongly encourage you to be prudent in your decision-making process. And if after tonight's meeting you have any reservations, concerns, nagging doubts about whether the proposed building and its location are suitable for the property, as many of us do, please postpone your decision. This is your chance, your golden opportunity to get it right for the next 50 years of Los Gatos history. To address some of the questions that you've been asking the other speakers, my husband and I did meet with the developer. The one meeting where we met, we saw the plans for the very first time, so it was our initial exposure, and we had to digest what we had seen. I did, though, at that time, express my displeasure with the architecture of the building, the position of the building on the lot, and the tower in particular I feel is very inappropriate for the building and inappropriate placed on the building and on the site if there is to be a tower at all. I think the architect and the builder can do better. As far as the U-turns in that neighborhood, 2 and 20 minutes is a I would guess a low estimate for that area. I would say there's one on the average of every 5 minutes, and they vary from being illegal on Highway 9 to being illegal on Massall to being something that turns into the driveway of the house that faces Almendra, but their driveway faces Massall. My neighbor, what's the address? 314 Almendra, I think. They pull in and out of there. Personally, I would have liked to see the town buy this piece of property, and apparently there still is a chance for this to happen, but I'd like to see the town buy this property and do something with it. That's a whole separate issue. I just thought I'd put my 2 cents in there. And as far as pedestrian observations at that location, if there are any going on, please do them after school starts next week, because the pedestrian traffic increases dramatically once school's in session. That's it. Any questions? Oh, perfect.
I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Okay.
William Slattery, followed by Dave Flick, followed by Mary Ellen Kashub, and those are the last speaker cards I have.
Hi, I'm Bill Slattery. I'm a property owner in resident at 314 Almendra. Lynn's my wife. Our property is right adjacent to the proposed project. I've got 3 points I'd like to make. I'd really like to avoid repeating what a lot of my neighbors are saying. The one thing or observation I'd like to make is sort of what I'd have to call the incremental strip mallification of Los Gatos. I've been a resident here for 19 years, and I've observed sort of an incremental creeping transformation of the town from when I moved here, a quaint, unique little town to bit by bit a little bit more of a sort of a generic suburban strip mall atmosphere. This is not an overnight sort of transformation. This is something that happens project by project and brick by brick. To that point, I think we have an opportunity here, as others have said, to set a precedence for what we anticipate being continued commercial development along the Highway 9 corridor. What I see when I look at this project as proposed is a big building, obviously, big parking lot, and what it says to me is El Camino Strip Mall, not Los Gatos. For this purpose, I think the project as proposed is in direct contradiction to the stated requirements of the general plan and the vision stated in that plan. Another point I'd like to make is as proposed or as indicated by the applicant, there is no limitation on use of the retail and commercial space as proposed. So at this point, it's really difficult for us to predict what the traffic and what the number of cars in and out of there can be. One of the things I'd like to request be added to the proposal is limitations, specifications on what the use is, limitation on hours of operation, for example, types of businesses, and to the extent that we can do that. Traffic, limitations that would allow us to control the amount of traffic and that sort of thing. I think the proposal should be rejected on the basis of no limitation and no clear understanding, really, of what the eventual use of the property may be. Until we have that, I think it's virtually impossible to predict, for example, how many U-turns we're going to see over that 50-year period that we're going to live with this project. Finally, this has been mentioned before. The orientation of the project as proposed is, instead of facing the Highway 9 corridor, as the rest of the commercial property does.
Could I ask you, do you have a thought about how you would see it being sited?
Well, I think I've sort of touched on it. Is the orientation, I think, is a clear problem. The current orientation doesn't lend to the gateway aspect of the property. It really aggravates the traffic situation because it really invites or encourages traffic circulation off of Highway 9 onto Massall. The reason that some of those other properties on Highway 9 obviously don't have that problem is because traffic is entering in and out of the commercial retail property from Highway 9. So I think one way or one solution that will take us a long way to solving that problem is to literally shut the traffic entry on the Massall side, on the residential side, and really stop inviting traffic in there. The traffic problem is significant. I'm sure everybody's well aware there's quite a number of serious accidents at this intersection. They're exacerbated by the illegal U-turn activity, people basically stopping in the middle of the street, backing traffic up into Highway 9. Frankly, I think this is a problem that needs to be addressed at this time, and not doing so I believe would constitute negligence and really leave the town open to liability should severe accidents happen at that place.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane, you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm going to excuse myself, Commissioner Kane. Commissioner Michichi had his hand up. I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with our conditional use permit process?
I am. I know that many businesses are required tenants when they apply for certain types of businesses. I'm not familiar with the details. The applicant indicated to me that there was going to be no conditional use specified for this property.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kane?
Just off the top of my head, it seems to me if we close the Masal access egress, temptation might be to put one or possibly two or a double driveway on Highway 9, which would then cause the building to be erected along your concrete wall.
Yes.
Is that a preference for you?
Personally, I think that's certainly the orientation of the rest of the properties along Highway 9 seems to make a lot more sense than the proposed orientation. It would certainly solve a number of problems. It would provide a sort of a natural insulation barrier separation between the commercial area and the residential one, rather than really trying to adjoin them. Really, it seems to me that as proposed, and the parking lot orientation where it is, not only makes the parking lot itself an eyesore from the gateway perspective, but if the building were oriented in a different direction, or if underground parking were provided, for example, with even a larger building, I wouldn't be opposed to, it would provide better isolation and provide more options for the design.
A follow-up, and then I have a question. Okay, Commissioner.
I know that Ms. Bartz met with the applicant developer. Did you?
I did. Lynn's my wife. We both met with Tim.
I know that she did. Had you?
I did.
Okay.
Did, yeah.
We speak, you know.
Would you be willing to meet with him and talk about that site arrangement in the future?
Sure.
If you were willing, if this is fair.
We're certainly open to talk. At the time we met, we had a good dialogue, exchanged a lot of ideas. His response on many of the questions we asked was, you know, certainly that he's put a lot of time and effort, as is his architect. There was not very much flexibility, to be honest with you. The other pushback we got was, yeah, you know, I've considered underground parking and so forth, but the cost of the project would be higher. So he was resistant.
And would you clarify for me exactly your house? Are you the one that's directly behind him?
We're directly behind the property. We're the second house from the corner of Masal and Almendra.
Okay,
so we're actually directly behind both the Chevron lot and the Shell lot.
Okay, and so you're living behind gas stations. Would it help at all?
And we were delighted to get rid of one of the gas stations, and are looking forward to getting rid of the other one in the future someday.
Would it help you at all to have some of that fence or that area that's abutting your neighborhood adjacent, you know, your backyard, I would assume? Would it help to have it landscaped?
We spoke to the applicant concerning any possible way, you know, whatever project gets put there, whatever ways there are possible to provide a isolation and a softening and reduction of noise and lighting and other nuisances, and he appeared open to do those things. Over the years, we've been in a defensive posture against Chevron and you know, sort of taken matters into our own hands and done a fair amount of planting of trees, of barriers there to sort of soften that and isolate it ourselves.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? None. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Dave Flick.
Hi, Dave Flick, 130 Stacia Street. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'm really shocked to see that this neighbor, I mean, I spoke with Chris Blackwell when he bought this and actually met him out there and gave him some of my opinions because I own several buildings in town, and including the one that they're talking about over by the Big O Tires. Gave him my opinion on how the building should fit onto the site and told him to go with the lowest use you possibly can. Make sure you throw away all the district parking spaces, give it enough parking so that people don't park in the neighborhood, set it back from Masal so you can see when you come out down the street. You don't create an obstruction because you're going to get people that are going to complain about it. Landscape it nicely and make a really significant looking, historically detailed building. He hired Chris Spalding to do just that. The details, which are sitting back on boards back there where no one can see them, I think are extraordinary. The only thing this thing has in common with the building that I own over on University Avenue is it has extraordinary brickwork and it's square to some degree. However, putting an underground parking garage on that site in a two-story building like Marie Peterson's, which I think is beautiful, but it's on a site that's 3 times the size, I think would absolutely ruin it. I also have lived in this town most of my life, and I get to come by this every day just as everybody on Masol does. This building is going to look great there. It's no higher than the gas station that was there before. And to put a low-slung, nondescript, non-recognizable office building out there is ridiculous. It's going to make the town, the idea is to make the town look better, not to copy the other weird-angled, low-slung, ugly commercial buildings that are out on Highway 9 now. Until Marie Peterson built her building on the other side, we had nothing out there that even remotely looked architecturally correct. Now we have one. Let's make it so we have another one.
Bev, do we have any questions of the speaker? Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Flick, when you put up the building on University and Roberts, we talked about possible uses of the building. You mentioned perhaps food, retail, and plumbing. And I guess what we got was full plumbing, the whole building.
Yes.
And it looks like a nice operation, and you were right about what might go in there. Do you have any opinion or suggestion as to what might end up going in this building, which shows 3 potential apartments?
Being that I am a commercial landlord and I do know what the interest is on the building, most of the interest is office at this point, real estate, title companies, things of that sort. It's not typically a place where you would have furniture store, for instance, or something like that. So I know a use like that is probably preferred. I think until you have a tenant that wants to be in the building, landlords don't always have the choice. They certainly can screen out the ones like, nail salons and things that they don't necessarily want there. But those businesses could go in any other retail store on Highway 9, including, adult bookstores and several other things that we have out there. So I think the intention is probably to let the market see what it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a Starbucks or anything like that.
But you suggested an extension of the community that's developing for real estate and real estate support, which is on the other side of the street, and also to the...
It seems to be that's generally what's out there, and I know that that's the interest. I don't think it's going to be a restaurant. Food services would certainly need a use permit. I don't think the neighborhood would support that. I also personally think that it needs some larger street trees on Masol in the landscaping. I think it's a little bit under-landscaped on that side. It has 16 trees already. You can't really clearly see where they're at. I think they're on the last page of something that I saw out in the lobby. But I also think it needs some relatively large street trees on the Masol side. But certainly you don't want to hide a building. Coming down a freeway like that or a highway, the building needs to be relatively prominent or you're going to see all the stuff that's on the roof. It's going to, you'll see the Shell station behind it. It's not, to put a squat little one-story building there is not a very good way to do it. It's not good design. I think Chris hired a very prominent, very well-noted architect that's done a lot of stuff in this town to carefully detail. And he had no preconceived conditions when he bought this property. He wanted to build a property that was a family property that he would own forever and be proud of. And I think he's done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Mary Ellen Kashub, followed by Leonard Pacheco.
I'm Mary Ellen Kashub. I live at 320 Masol with Bill and a block away from the proposed development. A letter in your packet outlines our concerns. Many of these have already been addressed by the speakers tonight. So I really want to look and tell you how it is to live in Almond Grove to start off. I love living there, but believe me, it's not an easy place to live. We first moved in, and it was the Chevron gas station that wanted to become a higher profile design and a 24-hour mini-mart. What did that mean for our neighborhood? That meant delivery trucks, 24-hour traffic, and 24-hour use. We were able to finally push that back. Right after that, we got into the parking traffic crisis. Downtown usage and parking spilled into our neighborhood so badly that many of us could not, most of us actually, could not park in front of our houses. It took another 2 years of neighbors and town officials working together to solve that and to create the permit parking process that we have right now. Regarding Mr. Blackwell's plan and the Planning Department's recommendation, the people with the most stake in this development is our Almond Grove neighborhood. and we have essentially been ignored from this process. We're the ones that are going to have to live with the results. The developer builds the building, leases it, and moves on. We're impacted, and yet it appears we've had very little voice. I'll give you 2 examples. Mr. Blackwell initially shopped his plans door to door to sell his building. A newspaper article followed. Planning Department Suzanne Davis is quoted in the Weekly Times, quotes, "My understanding is that the applicant has been getting a good response from the neighbors." That left an impression the neighbors were happy about the project. In fact, that was not true. The Planning Department report states it's okay with the neighbor directly in back of it. In fact, this neighbor, a developer himself, just bought that property, has hardly moved in, if in fact he has. And yet he is citing as okaying the project. I now see orange story poles through my kitchen and breakfast room windows. Neighbor concerns are outlined in letters that you have in your packet, and yet these concerns were summarized in 1 sentence in the project report saying, in quotes, "Neighbors have concerns about the height and style of the building," when actually there were deeply discussed concerns. They were researched, and they were about compatibility with small-town character. They were about mass and scale of business design, building design. They were about not blending with Almond Grove and traffic and use. I have one last sentence.
Do you have one last sentence?
I have
Do you
more,
have one
but-
last sentence, Mrs. Kashub? Would you
Kashub.
please? Thank you.
I once worked for a company that hired people that said, select, don't settle. I ask you, don't just select this building and settle, but go ahead and let's do a really good project. We'd all support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Do we have questions of this speaker? I do. I wanted to ask you, is Almendra now a permit parking?
Yes.
Okay.
Masal is not.
What are the hours? Do you know? Are they typical hours?
It's all day in, it starts at 9. Does it start at 9? Yes, you can park 2 hours or your permit.
It's permit after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, you have 2 hours or you have a permit, and then you can park all night with the permit.
Okay, and Masal has nothing.
Masal has nothing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Leonard Pacheco, it's our last card before I turn it over to the commission.
Yeah, the hour is late. Leonard Pacheco, 50 Hernandez Avenue. 38-year resident of that immediate neighborhood. Started out on Bachman, now live on Hernandez. So I'm really familiar with that intersection and that lot. I think I was on the commission when the mini-mart was proposed, and that went nowhere. As a member of the Historic Preservation Committee, as well as a neighbor of that area, or a resident of that area, I've worked with the architect on many projects, and I know he's capable of doing an outstanding job. In this particular case, after looking at the plans, I think it's the wrong design for that site. And what's missing tonight is no comment about the pedestrian access to this building. It's totally oriented toward the car coming down from Saratoga. So what I would ask, if you decide to send this back for redesign, that aspect of the design be looked at. Pedestrian friendly, low in scale, could be story and a half, it could be residential in character, it need not be a box that's proposed, no matter how detailed the brickwork is. No dentals, I see. So with that, I would like to suggest that you send it back for a redesign. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of the speaker? You know, I have one. Oh, yes, Commissioner Machici.
Lowering it to 1.5, do you think there'd be any problem in the equipment aspects that it may need?
The architect is pretty well qualified to come up with something.
Within
but
a 1.5.
You could do 1.5, Ms. Story.
Thank you.
Okay, could I ask you, and this has to do because the applicant terms this a gateway project. So I understand that it might be a gate, and I'm asking this question because am I right, is your name on some of the gateway committees here in town?
Well,
You might be able to shed some light on this for me, because I don't know.
gateways were discussed
Yes,
as
could
part
we-
of the Boulevard Plan, however many years ago that was, and certain intersections were designated as gateways, Lark, Blossom Hill, Los Gatos Boulevard, and so forth and so on. The focus at that time was on the boulevard. I believe there's documentation that may also refer to gateways along Highway 9, but because the state maintains that road, we were a little reluctant to specifically designate a T intersection. However, North Santa Cruz Avenue and Highway 9 was also considered a gateway intersection, and I worked on a study that redesigned that area, and nothing went forward with that.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, and then I have a follow-up.
Let me ask you a question, too. There's been discussion about changing the orientation. One suggestion was that the entrances, or entrance, on Masol be closed and have it face just on Highway 9 with two entrances, exits, whatever. It seems to me the argument that it's a gateway to Almond Grove is somewhat dependent upon whether you have access from essentially both sides. If you only have access from Highway 9, it's difficult for me to see that building as a gateway to anything other than east-west going up Highway 9. But I'm saying that as a question. I have respect for your opinion, and I'm wondering, and I don't know where we're going, but if one suggestion was that we orient the building so that it faces Highway 9 and access is only to and from Highway 9, would you still think that is somehow a gateway to Almond Grove if that were done?
I think it would be a gateway visually. Whether or not it's a designated gateway, I think if it were designed in such a way to be integrated into the roof shapes of the immediate neighborhood without screaming out that here I am, a box with a tower, you could have the orientation along Highway 9 and make it pedestrian friendly. You know, large overhangs with a walkway that a pedestrian could use during the rain. That continues. That particular element does continue, although not one building after the other. But remember Joffroy's, a retail space? In a sense, they did it, although they put parking, but they also had it's now a real estate office. I think there was an overhang that protected you if you got out of your car, and during the rain you could go to the retail or office spaces below. That's just a suggestion, you know, where at least the pedestrian is taken into consideration. I biked there, I walked there, I know the area quite well. It's dangerous.
So my follow-up question is, was Almond Grove designated to have a gateway?
I'm not familiar enough with the actual documentation. It may be written somewhere.
Okay. And one other question is, when you talk about redesigning that area, can I just ask you what you might see? I mean, you talked about it a little bit, but what I'm concerned about are windows. And if it says retail, there might be retail here, and I'm concerned about large windows that would translate as, I mean, it could bring a lot, I mean, it might bring a lot of business in, but I'm worried about all the traffic and all the traffic problems I'm hearing, and I do know that they exist. But so what I'm saying is, can it be a successful building without, the big windows?
Right.
Okay.
That's why I suggested overhangs with pedestrian access below, and that shades the windows, basically.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more questions. You may sit down if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to bring the applicant back up. Mr. Spalding, you have 3 minutes.
This is a
for
lot to
rebuttal.
cover.
Okay, look like two main things that are kind of separate. One is how the building sits on the lot and how it relates to the parking lot and the entrances and exits. And then the secondly is the architecture itself. So let me talk about how we orient the building. It seems like a lot of people seem to prefer it if we were to put the building across the back of the lot. And what that would mean is if that the parking would be across the front along Highway 9, and that means that to get parking on, this is not a very big site, so to get the parking on the lot, that means we have two entrances onto Los Gatos-Saratoga Road, or one on Massaul and one on Los Gatos-Saratoga Road. The problem with having it on Massaul is it would be almost right at the corner, then coming right out into the turn. I don't think the traffic engineers would let us do that. So we'd be stuck with two entrances on to Highway 9. It'd be a lot like the buildings, like the Asante building right up the street, which is like a strip center. What you see is the parking, and then behind that is the building. We didn't think that was what the town want or the neighbors would want, but if that's what they want, I suppose we could do that. We also looked at putting the parking behind the building, moving the building up to Highway 9. That's possible too. That would mean that there would have to be an access onto Massaul. We couldn't close it off. Otherwise, if we only had one access, people they'd pull in behind the building, all the parking would be full. They wouldn't be able to turn around. They'd have to back out on the Highway 9, and that's not allowed either. So, and then the developer also had the fear that if we had the parking behind, that it would be concealed, be hard to police, there'd have to be a lot more light. It would impact those immediate neighbors more than this scheme. We also looked at putting the parking underneath, and there's not a lot of grade on this site. It's a small site, so to get underneath, it would take half the parcel to build the ramp. There wouldn't be enough parking, so we'd have to lift the building a full story. Like there's some buildings on North Santa Cruz where they've done that. They're very awful buildings where it's all parking underneath. So this was what we thought was the best siting. I think probably the second best would be to put it across the back, but I'll leave that to give you a direction. As far as the architecture, our concept was storefronts like on North Santa Cruz Avenue, which is part of Almond Grove. Apparently they don't like that, so we could make it less of a storefront and more of a hip roof type of thing, if they prefer that.
Okay, would you like to finish? Do you have any other comments you'd like to make? I'd like to hear them if you do.
Lastly, I don't know that we can solve with this parcel the traffic problems on Highway 9.
I don't think they're asking you to do that. I do have a question for you. If this was going to be retail, would there be adequate maneuvering for large delivery trucks? What would happen then if we have a small area for parking anyway, and if we, put some kind of retail there?
Well, the way this is right now, the regular retail delivery trucks could pull in and unload in this parking lot. There's enough maneuvering room.
For cars to back out, pull in, and have it delivery trucks?
No, when the truck was there, it would fill the parking lot.
Okay, so that wouldn't, okay.
But this is not a big building, so it's not like the types of uses that would require frequent delivery trucks would require conditional use.
Okay. And then my other question is, well, I guess that you've answered it. That's fine. I don't have any other questions. Does anyone else? Oh, Commissioner.
Yeah, just a follow-up to you. If it did require delivery trucks, how would the delivery truck get there if it was coming off 17?
Well, how does anybody get here when they come off 17?
Well, right now, they make an illegal U-turn.
Yeah, which a delivery truck can't do that.
Right. So I'm asking, so what they'll have to do is take a left onto Los Gatos, onto Santa Cruz, then come up Almendra, and then come down Massaul,
or else
swing into the parking lot.
Or else come down Highway 9.
Well, then they have to U-turn someplace up there.
Yeah, or come from Saratoga.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So they have to come from that direction in order to get in. All right.
Okay, Commissioners, do we have any other questions of this applicant? Okay, I don't see any. So, we have one more?
Can I make one last comment?
I thought others would be asking.
Go ahead.
There was a suggestion that you go to a 1.5 story, and I asked the question about equipment that would not be seen. Is that possible to do? Len seemed to have an awful lot of...
Well, we're kind of a 1.5 story now. The difference would be instead of having a parapet, we could have a mansard roof type of thing.
And what did you feel about his comment on the overhang for...
Well, I think what he meant to be more pedestrian friendly was the building was pulled forward, fronting on Highway 9.
But that would require parking in back.
That would require parking back, and also it pulled the bulk of the building up close to the street.
If the parking was in back, the entrance would have to be on
Massaul.
and so that would require the traffic to do what I just said again.
Yep.
Right? Unless they made an illegal U-turn.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
And if I could make one last comment, that is, if we could, we heard a lot of different things that were all over the map, so we're a little confused what direction we should go. Maybe you.
What was that last one? I'm sorry.
Well, we don't know which direction we should go because everybody seemed to have a different idea of what they want to see on this site. So.
Well, you're probably going to get a few more now.
Yes.
Now, excuse me, would you please wait? We have another question for you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
On that note, maybe you could, I mean, you've been accused of taking one design and just plopping it on the site, and I'm sure you've given some thought to the design. Maybe you could walk us through, very briefly, your thought process and how you came up with this site for this location and its historical sensitivities, and might help us in our discussion.
Okay, well, architecturally, the concept was more of a traditional storefront, like on North Santa Cruz.
Can you give examples?
Probably the closest building is the Napa style that just got renovated. That's got the little, it's not real concrete, clay tile. It's actually a pressed tin tile, but it has a little tile mansard roof up on top. It has the transom, the awning, the storefront. It's taller than this building. We're shorter. That was the thought, to do more of a traditional, and the traditional old storefronts in this town are brick, so that's why we went with the brick. And architecturally, that was the idea. And then as far as the siting, we thought that location of the building was the best for the parking, for the neighbors, for the vistas, for the reasons I already described.
Okay, I can't remember if I had another question, but it's going to be too late. So, anyone else? No. All right, thank you so much. I will close the public hearing and turn this over to Commission for discussion, questions of staff, or a motion. And with the late hour, it is, well, we still have a half an hour before we have to but make sure somebody watches this clock in case we need a motion to go beyond. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm going to be very interested in having everybody's reaction because we have heard, well, the good thing about tonight is people do seem to be friendly and amenable and nobody's against the development, and so the applicant says, could you please give me some direction, which is a fairly fair request. And we don't know until we hear from each other whether we can give them, but I think we will, I really do. But so I just want to throw out a couple of thoughts that occurred to me as I was listening. Somehow the tower reminds me of the building we just approved. It's going to have a restaurant in it and all that kind of thing. And I don't find that very traditional for Los Gatos. And I do think the comment that something a little more traditional would be better. Now, the architect says, well, wait a minute, this is traditional, because I was thinking of North Santa Cruz and all that kind of, or Santa Cruz, rather. But just to give one commissioner's feeling, I don't find it to be a friendly building in the sense that there is this neighborhood right behind it. And all the brick and this squat tower takes away from a feeling of, to me, a neighborhood feeling. So if, in fact, this is viewed, and I have some question as to the orientation, as to whether or not it's truly a neighborhood building. I mean, if it, in fact, doesn't use Masal, I don't think it's a neighborhood building. But I'm not arguing that it shouldn't use Masal. But if we assume for the moment that it should kind of blend into the neighborhood and be a gateway to the neighborhood, then I don't think it tracks what the neighborhood is. And so I guess I would say that Mr. Pacheco's comment about pedestrian-friendly is a good idea, it sounds to me anyway, and also one that can be, I think, fairly easily accomplished. I personally would think if we had something that was more consistent with Almond Grove as opposed to arguably consistent with Santa Cruz Avenue, it might blend in with the neighborhood better. To me, that would mean getting rid of this squat tower and perhaps not using brick as a predominant fascia or building structure. So I'm just throwing those thoughts out to see if we can get something going here where people can give us some consensus. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for starting that off. And Commissioner O'Donnell did pose a question, and that was, is this a neighborhood, is this an Almond Grove neighborhood building? And he'd like to hear that and your other thoughts. Thank you. Anybody just jump in, or I don't want to go down the line.
Well, let me correct a comment.
Commissioner Michichi.
Yeah, that's me. Okay. Let me correct a comment that was made by one of the speakers. I go by that intersection at least once a day since I live on Alexander Avenue. So I'm very familiar with that corner and the issues that are involved with it. The property right across the street on Masol has its entrance on Masol, so that people have to take a left in order to get into that property. In fact, it's one way into that, in that direction, if you recall. And it's the only way they can get in, unless they go further up Route 9, turn around, and then come back down the other way. So you're going to have that problem. If that property's on that corner, you're going to get more left turns there, as the gas station did before. And people took a left into the gas station to get gasoline. If they want Shell gasoline, they make that U-turn as well. So that U-turn is always an issue. If you eliminate the U-turn, you have to wonder what the people in Almendra are going to say, because they're going to get more traffic on that street. So you may get negatives there. So I'm not sure that problem is even solvable. Okay. I tend to agree with what Thomas said, that if that building took more of a look on the existing structures that were along Route 9, I think it would automatically become more friendly with the neighborhood. That's my personal belief. I'm not sure setting the building back is a good idea because of that, the entrance issue on that, and I believe we may be stuck with that type of situation. But I do agree getting rid of that tower. Somebody made mention of the Hollywood Dome effect, and that's what this building kind of reminded me of, except there's no dome on it. It's just square, but up there. So my general feeling is that that has to go, the upper portion of that, and to bring the design down to a more compatible design, but locating it where it is right now. Those are my comments.
Terrific. Commissioner Kane?
The applicant wanted some guidance. I have some ideas in two forms. One, I'd be guided by the general plan, page 1. Support of new development from surrounding residents and property owners will be a major consideration during any development review process. I would get with the neighbors and find out how you can get them to like you. They live there, and that's a pretty sacred district. That's a historic district. That's one of the core heart districts of the town, and what they say carries a lot of weight. I'd like you to, whether it's vis-a-vis the A&S process or just wishful thinking, to take up what Dave said about title companies and real estate and extend that community, that developing community on Highway 9 in that area, because I think the traffic would be less as opposed to retail where there'd be a lot of shopping. And if you had the entrances on Highway 9, the traffic that would go around Almendra to Masal to get to their office or their work would be less than what you'd get if there were shoppers, and you could still close off the Masal driveway. If you can back the building up to Mr. Slattery's house, that would seem like a good idea. Plus, I'd work with him. He seems like a really nice guy. You could probably get a lot from him, because his house would be mostly impacted. And if Mrs. Shu was going to look out her kitchen window and see orange poles, that means her hillside view is going to be blocked. She didn't say it, but I'm assuming it. She'd be another one to good talk to. And Len Pacheco has been on 85 commissions, 22 committees. If he says don't do it, I don't know. He used to be my chairperson. I don't know what to do. I would interact with these neighborhood people. I'd get their names and phone numbers tonight. I'd come back and see us in a couple of weeks with a beautiful design and some sort of real nice promise that you're going to extend the real estate and title community that's developing in that area.
I would just like to make a comment that I don't think we should limit it just to real estate. There's lots of other office buildings and office uses. So that's all I would say. But I'm going to, Commissioner Rice had his hand up first, and then Commissioner Bourgeois. Okay?
I guess you're looking for direction, so I'll echo a couple things that have been said. I would lose the tower. I don't think that's a good spot for it. I would disagree with Commissioner Machici and agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that I think you're going to end up needing to reorient it against that back property line, since that's, I would have probably gone the same direction you went with it, trying to think I'm less impactful of the neighbors, but they'd rather have the back wall of it. I'm not going to argue with them. I want to be careful with we've been throwing the word gateway building around a lot. I don't know that this is. I don't know that it isn't a location for a gateway building. I don't see it because of what's around it. And the only other thing I would say is I would be careful to the residents, I guess. I would be careful what you wish for, because, at least personally, I don't like the old Joffroy's building. I don't think that's particularly attractive, and I don't think that's what you would want there. That's where Coldwell Banker is now. Yeah, it's the Coldwell Banker building. That, to me, it would not be what I would want to see there. But that's what you were describing when you're talking about the hip roofs and the low and the wood wood construction. I think it's a site you could put a really beautiful, small office building, and that's what I would look for coming back. Thank you.
Could I ask the difference between when you say small office building and then you're discriminating it from, what was the Coldwell Banker building? What's the difference? Because that direction confuses me.
That's an office building.
When you say
I'm just talking
office
about
building,
the way it looks, the way it's designed. The ones above, on the other side of Massall,
yes.
I think are better looking than the ones further down
Yes.
Highway
Okay.
9.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that's better. Thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Bourgeois.
So I think I'm probably going to muddy the waters a little worse, because looking at the options for orientation, I think the way it's oriented is appropriate. If you start moving it toward the back of the property and you're fronted with parking, I mean, that to me screams strip mall, and you lose any opportunity for pedestrian orientation. I think they've split the baby in half here, and I think it's probably the best solution with maintaining access, one access point on Massall and one on Highway 9. Also, I heard a lot of comments today from residents calling the building ugly, and I don't think this is an ugly building. I just don't know that this is the right location for this design. I quite like the design. The question is this the right location for that? And the answer to that, I think, is no. Is this a gateway parcel? Yes, this is a corner where you can make a statement. The question is, do we want to make a statement at this corner? And do we want to make such a bold statement with this design? And what I'm hearing is no, we don't. We want to be more subdued. We want to blend in a little more. But that doesn't mean match the architecture of the surrounding buildings, because just because it's surrounded by ugly architecture, we don't want to perpetuate ugly architecture. So I'm sympathetic to that you don't want to do what's been done up and down that strip because it's not something I think we want to
I'm very proud of.
and I do think we have an opportunity to do something nice. I just don't think this is the right place for this design. The only other input I would have would be on the landscaping plan. I do think some larger material on the Masal would be beneficial, and I would ask that you take a hard look at the town master tree list of approved trees and really pull from that list.
Commissioner Micciche, did we hear from you already? No.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Can you
Well,
hear
then-
from me again, or is there
Okay,
another
well,
line?
I was...
Yeah, is that enough?
We did. Wait, but I was going to see if maybe, could I have Commissioner Sayok go?
Well, by all means, I'll
Okay,
wait.
then we'll come to you, and then we'll come to me last.
Okay, probably a lot of my comments will echo what several of the commissioners have said. In terms of orientation, I do like orientation towards Highway 9. However, it's not a deal killer for me if it comes back facing Masal. But the key to that is the landscaping along Masal, so that as you are driving on Highway 9 towards Los Gatos, and as you make a right onto Masal, you just don't see immediate parking lot. If there's something softer to buffer your entrance into that residential neighborhood, that's what I would prefer. In terms of architecture, I agree. I don't like the tower, and I would ask for an architecture that is blended more with the residential. So I'm looking for something softer and maybe less brick. But I certainly don't have any specific suggestions. I like the comment to make it more pedestrian friendly. That's going to be difficult to do with the orientation because you're going to need several parking spots given your location. So I'll ask you to be creative on that front. Those were the three primary concerns that I have.
Commissioner Micciche.
The comment I made about the orientation of the building, it doesn't matter to me whether it's back there. Or for the issue I was raising was that I think the applicant pointed out that there would be a traffic issue if he had it all in front, if he had the two entrances on the front. And he couldn't have one on the side because it'd be too close to the corner. So that's why I eliminated that aspect of it, and not as a preference, but as a necessity. Okay? So that's the reason for it, and I think we've got to consider that if that's an issue, not to move it back to the back wall there, if it causes additional traffic issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kane had a comment, and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
I left something out before that I think is pertinent. When I wanted to block off the Masal driveway and have the building situated so that it served one or two driveways on Highway 9, it's because I'd lived there for 2 years. That's the part I left out. And everybody and his sister would cut through the Chevron lot to make what they thought was, well, if I do this, it's not an illegal U-turn. So if we have a driveway on Masal and a driveway on Highway 9, that practice will continue. Maybe they'll slow down a little bit because it's a parking lot, but it's one way to get back toward town when you're on a highway and you've got to go to Saratoga to turn around. So I did live there for 2 years. Certainly I never did it. But I did observe it happens all the time, very frequently, and others who don't go into the lot will make the tight turn. I used Mr. Slatter's driveway and I stopped for a while, didn't I, and waved, so it wasn't really a U-turn. It wasn't a U-turn at all. We chatted, good, and that's the only way to turn around, is to back up the way the other lady said, and then you threaten the vehicle. So I'd really like to find a way to minimize the traffic or the necessity for people desiring to make that U-turn. And again, it would go to the use of the store, and that Masal is blocked off to discourage them. That's it.
Okay. And Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just wanted to be clear because two commissioners commented on something that led me to believe at least one of them, I perhaps had not expressed myself correctly. I would simply say that I agree, I think, with everything Commissioner Bourgeois said. So the orientation is not a deal breaker for me at all. The other comments I agree with. So whatever clarity I can give, I would give it by simply saying, if you heard Commissioner Bourgeois, ditto.
Okay, Commissioner Machici.
My third one, by the way.
Yeah.
As far as the landscape is concerned, one of the things I would ask the applicant to do is to look directly across the street, because they've subdued the look of the parking lot from the Masol side. I think they've done it with kind of large hedges, and then the driveway is an opening between those hedges right there, if you recall that as well. Secondly, the U-turn issue, I think the U-turn is more dangerous now with the fence there than it was when the Chevron station was there. When the Chevron station was there, they took a left out of the lane. Now what they're doing is they're pulling to the right and then just coming around. And I, on many occasions, have had to stop fast because of people trying to U-turn right in front of me since the Chevron station closed. When it was open, I never seemed to have that problem because they took a left into the Chevron station to go out. So I would examine that real closely before I consider that an issue. I think it's more of an issue if it's blocked, personally.
Okay, thank you. I get to speak last. And they have, really, Commissioners, you've said most of what I could possibly say, but I'd like to add just a few things so it doesn't look like all I do is run a meeting. Sometimes I have an idea.
Don't look that way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Machici. That makes me feel much better. I think that a few things are here. Let's see. They're all over here. I went immediately to the commercial design guidelines because this is a C2 designated area. And the commercial design guidelines that I referred to, and I'm not going to repeat them to you, but for the architect, I'd like to refer you to 1.4 community expectations, because we certainly have a community representing that area here tonight. And really, it talks about the maintenance of a sense of place with views of surrounding hills preserved. I'm not going to read all of it. Thoughtful architecture design, not boxes with cosmetic attachments. So that's 360-degree architecture. And that building on that corner will require that, because you have views of that building coming, going toward Saratoga on Highway 9. I can't remember which direction that is. And then also on Masol. And when I think of the gas station next to it, it's almost an anomaly to me to have that gas station there. It's always bothered me, and yet it would be nice to figure out a transition between the building that's going to be on that corner and that gas station. So what could that be? And I'm thinking that on one corner of Masol in that lot, you have some very tall redwood trees, I believe they are, and I could see putting some nice trees somewhere near that border so that it does act as a transition. And it's graceful, and it would, help to hide the yellow-red signs of the Shell station brand. So the careful attention to architecture and landscape details will be really important here. And then in the C1 district, which is not this district, this is C2, but the intent of, and I think this applies, that's why I'm going to read it to you, the intent of commercial development guidelines are to maintain a small-scale, village scale, and character sensitive to interface with adjacent neighborhood, and minimize the impact of parking on the character and image of the area. And how do we do that? We're not going to solve the traffic problem. I can't even imagine what we could do. But signage are going to be very important on this corner and at this building. Because if you orient the building so it faces Masol, I don't think in a historic area that what anyone's going to really want to see are, big signs of what the buildings are. I mean, it's going to have to be designed very well to go with the architecture. And I know you do that at a later date, but it would be wonderful to be able to see where you might put the monuments for the signs. Let's see, what else did I have to say? I think most of it's been said. But like I said, the landscaping will be very, and you can make a statement, I believe, with small-scale design as well as large-scale design. And you do that with your details, you do that with your landscaping, and you do that with how you orient the building. And I don't have an idea about the orientation. I could see that several things could work. And I would also ask you to please work with your adjacent neighbors that will be behind you, because they will suffer the impact of buildings, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure that you'd want to make sure that they're satisfied with what you do. I don't have any more comments to make, and if I did, I forgot what they were. So, a motion. I need one. And Commissioner Rice? No. Commissioner O'Donnell, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd make a motion that we send it back for further consideration and resubmittal by the applicant, and we pick a date certain upon which date the applicant can return.
Okay. And that's seconded by Commissioner Kane. Any comments on that? Commissioner Michichi?
I don't think it's necessary. We're hopeful, and I realize it may be difficult to divine what it is we're saying. And if we said anything, I think fairly clearly, we said lose the tower.
Right.
If that didn't get across, we're all in trouble.
I don't want to design it. I want to talk to the neighbor.
Right. So anyway, so we would encourage you to continue meeting with neighbors. And with that, do we have any other comments? I'm going to call for the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. So that's 7-0, and we need to make another date certain.
I would ask the chair to open the public hearing to ask the applicant how much time he's going to need to work with the neighborhood and develop a revised design.
Okay. Thank you. I will open the public hearing at this point and call up Mr. Spalding or Mr. Blackwell to ask them how much time they would need for a date certain.
What's the next hearing we could get on?
Pardon me?
Would be the next one we could get on? Would be which date?
Can't be, I don't think it can be September 12th, but...
Is that booked? That's booked.
Be the
26th?
Yeah.
26 is the one that's...
Oh,
We can put
that's...
them ahead, couldn't we?
26 is, that means we're behind that last one again?
Wait a minute, we have to think about this.
Couldn't they be before?
Get to meet your town.
Oh, yes, there could be, Steve, Commissioner.
Maybe
they have
maybe
to
the
be
one
behind
after
them.
that.
The one after that. How about the one after? When is that?
That's October 14th.
That sounds like a good date.
Okay.
You know, that actually will give you some time.
October 10th. I'm looking at the wrong month.
Okay, October 10th.
Yeah, that's-
That'll give you some time to meet with people and think about it, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you, for your patience. Wait, that's it then. We need a motion on that. All in favor to continue it to, thank you, aye. Commission votes yes.
And again, for the audience, the commission has continued the public hearing to October 10, 2007. There will be no further notice.
Commissioners, we are at the end. Excuse me, audience. Thank you very much for your excuse me. Thank you for your participation, but would you mind refraining from talking? We're still having a meeting, and you could talk outside in the lobby, all right? We invite you to go there. Thank you very much for your participation. Okay. It is 11:26. Is that what it is? And in exactly 4 minutes, we're going to need another motion to continue the meeting. So I don't think, we don't have any new public hearings. We have nothing, no continued other business. Do we have a development report? We did. We don't now?
Don't have a director's report. You did have a commission matters item, which is the information on your revised staff report format, but that could be deferred to the next meeting.
Were you going to discuss it, or were we ready to view it, or what were we going to do with it?
I've made copies here that we could hand out and
Yes.
let people peruse that.
Yes.
And then we can discuss it more at the next meeting.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you so much. And we have had this,
And I apologize. I've scribbled notes on it, and so...
okay, that's right. And let's make a record that Mr. Suda is handing out suggested format refinements to the staff reports, okay? And I'm passing that along. And this has gone through,
Just by
this
way
has
of
been seen.
by way of background, these are the recommendations from a subcommittee of the commission. I believe Commissioners Rice, Sayoc, and Bourgeois
Yes.
were the ones that formulated this. And
So,
to make the rest of the commission aware of this.
and so we would ask for any input. You could certainly email, let's have them email you with any changes?
Well,
Or we want to discuss it
I
at the
think
next one?
we can discuss it
Okay.
under commission matters at the next meeting.
All right. Okay, that's what we'll do then. Commissioner Kane, and you have about 30 seconds. Otherwise, we need a motion. to continue.
The League of California Cities is offering training on Thursday, October 25th, and so far, Commissioner Sayoc and myself are seeking permission to attend that. And we don't want Commissioner Machici to come with us.
Okay, now that's not fair. You're not sharing. Okay. Thank you. Did we have another? Nothing. Okay, I need nothing else to say except thank you for your hard work. I do thank you. You're great. You're dismissed as well. Adjourned, rather.